Chapter 493, Destroying the Fourth Horcrux. Understanding this, Ivan sighed but spoke forcefully.
It's true that creature has disrespected us, so you'll have to order him to apologize to us later, but you'll also have to apologize to him.
Harry looked at Sirius with equal seriousness, and after a moment's hesitation, Lupin offered his own advice.
Fine, I apologize.
Sirius could not argue with them, so he turned to Creature. The house elf heard Ivan and the others talking, and his face filled with fear, shock, and disbelief.
No, the master should not have apologized to Creature. It was Creature's fault for not protecting Master Regulus. He must be punished.
Creature let out a high-pitched shriek. It frantically searched for something to punish itself with, and finally grabbed a broken chair leg and hit it hard on the head.
Bad creature.
Creature screamed, mutilating himself.
Come on.
Harry shouted as he grabbed Creature by the wrist. However, the house elf ignored Harry and almost scratched him, muttering,
Bad creature.
And
Bad slave. You see, I wanted to apologize.
Sirius shrugged, as he had been expecting this, and quickly explained.
If I had apologized, it would have killed itself.
Harry opened his mouth to retort, but when he saw Creature's fear and trepidation, he shut it, feeling both sorry for and offended.
All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Ivan, didn't you say you could destroy this locket?
Lupin took the initiative to lighten the mood, shifting the conversation to the Horcrux. Ivan nodded and, with everyone watching, pointed his wand towards the staircase.
The suitcase is flying.
A loud noise came from upstairs, and a moment later, a small suitcase flew over and landed in front of them. Ivan solemnly opened the suitcase and took out a small box. He then opened the box and revealed the 5 bottles of reagent inside. The dark liquid gave off a dangerous aura.
What is it that needs to be hidden so well?
Sirius asked, astonished.
Poison, to be precise. It's a powerful snake venom. It's dangerous and precious. I got it by accident.
Ivan explained casually. The vial contained basilisk venom, which he extracted from the basilisk's fangs and used to corrode souls and damage Voldemort's Horcruxes. This layer of protection was to prevent the bottle from shattering and the snake venom from seeping out and injuring him. He did not want his skin to come into contact with such a thing. Ivan felt helpless at the thought. The ring of fire that Alicia had given him had been used, or he would not have had to carry such a dangerous object. As for repairing the ring, it wasn't impossible. He just needed to learn the fire-sharing spell. However, if he knew the fire-sharing spell, why would he need the ring? Ivan placed the Slytherin locket on the table, unscrewed the lid of the potion, and spoke in Serpentine.
Hiss open.
Containing a magical voice that vibrated with a strange frequency, the sealed locket slowly opened. The interior was engraved with a large number of fine lines, and a living eye blinked in each of the 2 grooves above the lid. It was dark and lively, and exactly like the eyes of Tom Riddle that Ivan had seen. Buzz,
Yes, come to us, they are the enemy.
said Alicia gently. It's not too late to turn back.
That's a bit of a cliché, isn't it? Is that all you've got? Well, that's a disappointment.
Chapter 494, The Dark Lord's Secret. No. An ear-piercing scream came from the clearing, and all the figures in the black fog lunged at Ivan with distorted faces, enveloping Alicia, Hermione, Luna, and the others who had been lying on the ground. However, their faces were now terrifying. Their expressions were all twisted together, and black mist kept spewing out of their eyes and mouths.
Expecto Patronus.
Ivan shouted as he drew his wand, and the flickering white light tore through the black fog. The black shadows melted away in the blinding white light, and the screams stopped. Everything returned to normal, with Harry, Sirius, and Lupin standing nearby. The Horcrux on the table grew dim, and the inside of the locket began to crack. Ivan picked it up and examined it. Ivan sighed. Lord Voldemort's broken soul was so deeply involved with this magical object that it inevitably broke when it was destroyed.
What happened to the black fog? I suddenly couldn't see anything.
Harry, who had no idea what was going on, looked blankly at Ivan.
Don't worry, the fog was caused by this thing, and now I've destroyed it.
Ivan waved the locket in his hand and asked what Harry and the others had seen in the black fog. The trio shook their heads, indicating that they were trapped in a dark space with nothing but black fog. Ivan immediately understood that the Horcrux was using most of its power against him, and did not specifically target Harry and the others except for reading their memories.
Sirius, can I borrow this locket for a while?
Ivan asked Sirius. The locket was broken, but it belonged to Slytherin, and they might be able to learn something from it.
Don't mention it, it's yours.
Sirius waved his hand, not caring about the antique-looking locket. Add to that the fact that Ivan had destroyed it, and he thanked Ivan on Regulus's behalf.
But,
Sirius asked hesitantly, suddenly remembering the strange notes Ivan had made at the locket. Ivan looked away from the locket, thinking Sirius was making too much of a fuss about it, so he turned to Harry and continued.
Well, I learned it when I was in school, and to be honest, it's not that hard, many people do. Don't you agree, Harry? Oh.
Harry hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He could communicate with snakes, so he could probably be considered to be in the language. Sirius and Lupin looked at each other in dismay. The language of snakes was a rare talent and was rumored to be associated with dark wizards. When did it become common knowledge?
I hear Professor Dumbledore speaks snake too, that's why your ideas are so old-fashioned. Just like your family, Sirius, which has produced a lot of bastards, there are also righteous people like you and Regulus, aren't there?
Ivan tried to explain again, to dispel their doubts. Sirius and Lupin smiled wryly, unsure how to respond. Creature, who had also recovered from the effects of the black fog, was staring at the cracked locket in Ivan's hand.
Sir, you destroyed it. My God, you really destroyed it, creature.
The elderly house elf trembled as tears rolled down her cheeks.
Thank you so much.
Creature was beside himself with excitement. He reached out with his dirty hand, which was covered in tears and snot, and tried to hug Ivan's thigh, but Ivan avoided him. Sirius quickly ordered Creature to remain where he was until the house elf had calmed down a little.
Creature, I want to know more about Regulus and...
Sniffling, Creature told her how upset his mistress and the rest of the family were when Sirius left.
Well, they'd be upset. Come on, they'd be upset about the damage to the Black family reputation I've done since I left.
Sirius scoffed. Creature glared at him with eyes the size of light bulbs, but eventually pursed his lips and went on about what had happened. Not long after Sirius left home, the Dark Lord's influence grew, attracting the attention of the House of Black, who, impressed with the mistress of the Dark Lord's concept, provided her with a large sum of money to fund Voldemort's establishment. Bellatrix then joined the Death Eaters, along with the rest of the Black family, and finally Regulus.
Master Regulus was overjoyed, as the Dark Lord regarded him as his right-hand man. However, he deserved it. What wizard could be as good as Master Regulus?
Creature said proudly. Sirius threw cold water on it.
That's only because Lord Voldemort wants to keep the Black family as his fund.
Sirius was well aware of his brother's abilities and talents, and would never have expected Voldemort to value him so highly. Therefore, what the other party really wanted was ample funds and the impact of taking Regulus Black, the heir to the most ancient wizarding family, under their wing.
Sirius, you'd better cut it out. How long will it take you to finish interrupting Creature like that?
Ivan rolled his eyes.
He's dead. What's the point of correcting minor details? Well, I'll try not to talk from now on, shall I?
Sirius shrugged and turned back to Creature.
Let's skip the useless stuff. You still haven't told us why Regulus chose to betray Voldemort in the end.
Creature shook his head in confusion. He had no idea why Regulus had made the switch, but he tried to remember. A year after joining the Death Eaters, the young master changed and was less happy than before. Chapter 495, Cutting-Edge Dark Magic Decryption.
The Dark Lord's secret.
Sirius asked, surprised that Regulus's death might have something to do with it.
What secret did Regulus tell you? Master Regulus did not tell Creature.
The elderly house elf shook his head.
All Creature knew was that the Dark Lord asked Master Regulus for a house elf after that. It seems to have something to do with the locket.
Lupin said confidently. Regulus's willingness to sacrifice his life to destroy the locket suggested that it was important. Ivan, however, understood that Regulus was referring to the secret of Voldemort's immortality, the Horcrux. From this, it could be deduced that the Black family's library contained records of Horcruxes. Regulus must have had some impression of it from some of the books he had read about it in his earlier years, either because he was present when Voldemort murdered people to make Horcruxes, or because Voldemort was seen elsewhere. In short, Regulus had his suspicions, which was why he went back to the library to look for more information. Ivan turned to Creature and asked,
Creature, do you remember Regulus reading all those books?
The house elf shook his head again. Master Regulus had been reading more books than he had in the past few days, and it had been over a decade since then.
Why don't we just look in the library?
Lupin suggested. All they had to do was repeat what Regulus had done.
True, but be prepared for the possibility that there will be too many books.
Sirius exclaimed.
How many's how many?
Ivan had no idea what to expect. He had already looked through several bookcases, and there was no way any of them could be better than Hogwarts. However, when Sirius led them into the underground library, everyone was shocked.
There are too many books here, aren't there?
Yvonne asked, looking around the room. The entire library was like a square, with rows and rows of bookshelves arranged neatly. However, because it had not been tended to for a long time, it was covered in dust, and some of the bookshelves that were close together were even covered in cobwebs.
It's all the books that Black has accumulated for thousands of years.
Sirius explained with a smile, sounding somewhat proud that there was not a family in Britain that had more books than the Black family.
But if we go through them one by one, how long will it take us to find it?
Harry asked a difficult question. Sirius's smile froze on his face. Fortunately, Creature did not remember every book Regulus had ever read, but he did remember some of the areas Regulus had visited, thus narrowing the search. After determining the approximate range, everyone split up to search. Ivan found a shelf and scanned the names of every book. Knowing that Horcruxes were involved, he only needed to find books about the soul and advanced dark magic. Ivan was frustrated. He knew everything, but he had to act as if he didn't. If he hadn't been such a good actor, he would have been exposed. It was good to take the opportunity to bring the matter of the Horcrux to the table, lest he have to lie every time he faced this problem. Ivan scanned the shelves, occasionally pulling out a few books and placing them back when he found no Horcruxes. As they walked to the end of the corridor, Ivan was surprised to see a book that had not been properly placed back in its shelf, but was propped up against one corner. The writing was covered in dust, and only a few words and drawings were visible. Ivan couldn't help but find the book familiar, as evidenced by the feel of the book. The cover felt distinctly different from the other books, almost like touching skin.
Futilda.
Ivan gently blew away the dust, and the cover of the book gradually appeared. On it was written,
Secrets of the Supreme Dark Arts.
Ivan's pupils contracted as he read the title of the book. He did not forget that he had found a copy of this book in the restricted section of Hogwarts during his first year. At that time, he was not strong enough to break the spell, and he was too busy looking for the bloodline origin to check it. In his second year, when Ivan thought he would be able to break through and read Secrets of the Dark Arts, the book disappeared, and he searched the restricted section for it. It made sense. The Black family was the oldest wizarding family in Britain, and its members tended to be dark wizards, so it was not unusual for them to have a collection of such high-end dark arts. Regulus presumably learned about the mysteries of Horcruxes through this book. Ivan thought back to the protective mechanism he had encountered when he first opened the book. He gently touched the cover of the book to sense the movement of the magic, and within a few seconds found the node.
Curse stop.
Chapter 496, Fire Incantation. The only thing Ivan found strange was how Pettigrew had learned such advanced dark magic. Pettigrew was born into an ordinary wizarding family and was unaware of the secrets of Horcruxes. It was most likely Voldemort who rewarded Peter Pettigrew for his services. When Lord Voldemort possessed Chino at the end of his first year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, He used similar methods to increase his combat prowess, something Ivan remembered very well. However, Ivan was not particularly interested in such powerful dark magic. Using self-harm to gain strength was undoubtedly pushing oneself deeper into the abyss. Therefore, after only a few glances to get a general idea of what was going on, Ivan began to look through the rest of the book. There are many practical and useful versions of the dark arts in the book. For example, some sort of contractual magic could bind two people's lives together and divide their magic equally, but the conditions were too harsh, and if one died, the other would die as well.
Fiery curse.
Ivan was surprised. It was a dark magic spell he had always wanted to learn. If it weren't for the fact that there weren't many books on the dark arts and that Alicia refused to teach him, he wouldn't have been delayed until now. After a quick look at the introduction to the fire-biting charm, Ivan saw the reason for Alicia's concern, as it was a very special and powerful dark magic. It did not require an incantation to release it, but it required an all-destructive emotion to rise up and release the desire to destroy, transforming it into a substantial flame that would devour everything around it. What alarmed Ivan the most was the fact that the fire would continue to grow, feeding on everything it could burn, expanding until there was nothing left to burn. It could not be extinguished by ordinary means, and the consequences of losing control were unthinkable. Seeing this, Ivan couldn't help but think of Malfoy's sidekick Crabbe in the original timeline, who had dared to cast the fire-wearing charm in the room of requirement storeroom. Now that he thought about it, this was a talent. After all, there was a room full of magical items as fuel. It would be a miracle if Crabbe could control the fierce fire with his strength. While Ivan was jotting down notes on the dark arts, Harry, who was looking for books on the other shelf, noticed something unusual about him.
Ivan, did you find anything? I see you've been reading this for ages.
Harry asked curiously as he approached Ivan. Ivan snapped out of his state of deep study at the sound of Harry's voice and flipped through the pages without missing a beat.
Yes, that's right. I found the secret Regulus was talking about.
The sound of Ivan and Harry's conversation echoed throughout the enclosed library, and Sirius and Lupin, who were nearby, soon joined them.
Ivan, what do you mean by that secret?
Sirius asked quickly. Ivan didn't try to explain further, but handed over the copy of Secrets to the Dark Arts. Sirius reached out to take a closer look, and Harry and Lupin leaned in curiously. The more they read, the more frightened they became. When they finished reading all the information on Horcruxes, Sirius and the others felt a chill run down their spines.
So that locket was Voldemort's Horcrux.
Lupin said, letting out a long, slow breath. This was the first time he had heard of such an evil spell.
No wonder Voldemort only lost his strength after that night and didn't die completely.
Sirius exclaimed, as much in shock as excitement. For they had finally solved the mystery of Voldemort's immortality.
Regulus must have sacrificed himself to destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes, so that he would one day be defeated and die.
Harry said, thinking of Creature's words. Apparently, he realized he was with the wrong person and wanted to make up for it, so he made this choice. Chapter 497. Since when did the Dark Lord act like a normal person? Sirius was silent for a long time, feeling sick, as the emotions he had been suppressing for years burst forth. When no one was looking, Sirius wiped the tears from his eyes with his hand. Regulus's death was great, and it gave them a chance to end Voldemort.
I've been wrong about him all these years, or I never really got to know him.
Creature the house elf was sobbing uncontrollably. After a while, he felt that the atmosphere was a little heavy and quickly changed the topic.
Now that we have destroyed the Horcrux, which means that Voldemort no longer has an immortal body, we will be able to kill him completely the next time we meet. Yes, we can tell Professor Dumbledore about this. He'll be so happy.
Harry exclaimed.
I'm guessing Professor Dumbledore already knew about the Horcruxes. I'm afraid it won't be easy to destroy Lord Voldemort.
Ivan said, looking at Harry and the others in high spirits.
Why do you say that?
Lupin frowned, looking at Ivan in confusion.
I should have told you, I destroyed 2 similar things at Hogwarts in my second year.
Ivan reminded them.
So Voldemort had more than one Horcrux.
Lupin exclaimed, realizing this with a start. Sirius couldn't help blurting out.
Is he mad? Who in their right mind would cut their soul into so many pieces?
It was stated in this book that splitting the soul was an extremely evil thing, accompanied by unspeakable pain. As far as they knew, 3 Horcruxes had been destroyed, and who knew how many had survived.
Since when do you guys have the illusion that the Dark Lord is a normal person?
Ivan asked with a shrug. He had seen Voldemort in his 5th year. Such a handsome face, what a pity, even if he was inferior to her, he was not far off. If it were him, he would definitely not bear to disfigure himself in order to improve his strength. Ivan shook his head at the thought, and proceeded to recount his conversation with Dumbledore after leaving the Chamber of Secrets in the previous school year.
I think it was clear at the time that Professor Dumbledore had seen through the diary and the diadem, and thus praised Tom as the most brilliant student Hogwarts had ever seen.
I've been wrong about him all these years, or I never really got to know him.
Well, at least we're one step closer to success, aren't we?
Harry said suddenly. Harry's words woke up Lupin and Sirius, who were in a state of despair.
You're right, Harry. At least now we know the secret of Voldemort's immortality and have destroyed several Horcruxes. We're close.
Sirius exclaimed, patting Harry on the shoulder. Lupin laughed as well. They had survived the difficult times when Voldemort's might had suppressed the magical world. At the moment, Voldemort was merely hiding in the shadows and waiting for them to destroy the Horcruxes one by one. Sirius hesitated, then looked at Creature and asked,
Creature, do you remember how to get there? I mean, where Regulus obtained this Horcrux.
The elderly house elf said, trembling and choking. Ever since witnessing Regulus being dragged into the lake by one hand after another, this memory has been etched into Creature's mind along with his remorse, which comes to mind every time he closes his eyes.
Why do you ask, Sirius? Regulus has taken out the Horcruxes.
Ivan frowned.
I want Regulus's body back.
Sirius sighed.
Do you have any idea what the risk is? What if he's been turned into an inferius already?
Ivan disagreed with her. Regulus's spirit would not want them to risk their lives for a dead body.
All the more reason to do so. The soul of the one who is made into an inferius will never be saved, and in any case, I can't leave him in.
Sirius insisted. When he learned that Regulus was alone in the cold lake with an endless number of inferi, Sirius was devastated. Finding Regulus's body was the only thing he could do for his brother. Ivan shook his head in frustration. There was another possibility that he could not bring himself to mention, which was that Regulus might have been torn to pieces by the inferius, perhaps with his bones sopping up.
In that case, let's inform Professor Dumbledore, if you really want Regulus to rest in peace.
Chapter 498. Ivan, nobody knows the Dark Lord better than me. Sirius did not want to trouble Dumbledore with his personal affairs, but he was unable to refute Ivan's claims and hesitated.
Ivan's right, this is dangerous, and we might not be able to solve it. Besides, we have to inform Lord Voldemort that one of his Horcruxes has been destroyed.
Said Lupin.
Okay, I'll go to Hogwarts now.
Sirius said, exhaling. Having made up his mind, Sirius did not hesitate and used his disapparation to disappear. About half an hour later, Sirius reappeared in the library with a scowl on his face.
Well, did Professor Dumbledore agree?
Harry asked quickly.
I can't find Headmaster Dumbledore. He doesn't seem to be in school, and no professor knows where he is.
Sirius replied helplessly. What a coincidence. Yvonne was surprised, but she soon figured it out. It was not as if Headmaster Dumbledore had nothing better to do all day and night. He could not possibly spend the entire summer at Hogwarts fishing. Furthermore, he did not have much time left. It could be at Moody's house, persuading him to take up the post of defense against the dark arts professor, or discussing the upcoming Triwizard tournament at the Ministry of Magic.
So what do we do now? Wait here for Professor Dumbledore to return.
Harry was at a loss. Sirius, however, did not want to wait a moment longer. Endless remorse was like a brush scratching at his heart. He looked at the house elf and spoke bluntly.
No, I don't have the patience to wait. What if Dumbledore is out of Hogwarts for the summer? so I'm going to go there with Creature and see what's what.
Lupin interrupted Sirius excitedly.
Listen to me.
Sirius said solemnly, then pretended to relax and continued.
Have you forgotten? Creature made it clear that house elves can perform apparition in that place without restriction, and I don't have to drink that potion, so I can come back whenever I want without danger.
And then what? How are you going to get Regulus's body out of the cold bottom of the lake? By using the bubblehead charm to dive into the lake.
Lupin asked sarcastically. Sirius choked and he was right. Instead of jumping in recklessly, he used a potion to render himself half-dead so that he could fool the Inferius into retrieving Regulus's body. However, it was a little too risky. If the Inferi found them in the lake, the consequences would be disastrous. So Sirius didn't want Lupin to risk his life with him.
You need my help, Sirius. We're best friends, aren't we?
Lupin looked at him with determination. Sirius and Lupin were locked in a stalemate for a long time before Sirius finally gave in, saying with a wry smile.
Well, my friend, if you insist.
Seeing that Sirius and Lupin seemed to have reached an agreement, Ivan was at a loss for words. How dare they? The Dark Lord himself set the trap, and Dumbledore and Harry almost couldn't make it back, let alone them. Even if one could avoid the most dangerous traps without taking the potion, a large number of Inferi would be a huge problem. Ivan doubted that they would be able to lift the ship in the lake through the safeguards that Voldemort had set up. The chances of Sirius and Lupin being able to retrieve Regulus's body were slim, and there was a good chance they would never return.
If you must go there, how about taking me with you?
Never.
Sirius shook his head without hesitation, then tried to comfort her.
You're not like us, you're too young to take risks. Sirius is right. Although you are far stronger than your peers and may even be better at magic than I am, you are still inexperienced in dealing with enemies and Inferi.
Lupin tried to persuade him. They were prepared to die there, and Ivan was only 13 or 14 years old, so there was no need to accompany them to such a dangerous place. Yvonne started to speak, then stopped. The truth was, however many Inferi there were, they posed no danger to her. This was because he had recently fused with Boggart's blood, so he could transform into an Inferius and sneak in. Even if he was seen through, he could just transform into a basilisk and kill his way out. He had tested it himself. The basilisk's thick hide was very hard, and only a powerful charm like the Obscurus could break through it. At the very least, he could transform into an owl and fly in the air. After all, the Inferi did not have any anti-air skills. However, bloodline magic was a trump card that could not be easily revealed, so Ivan could not use it as an explanation. After thinking about it, he could only speak very forcefully.
Professor Lupin, you underestimate me. You know, I've defeated the Dark Lord twice and destroyed 3 dangerous Horcruxes in a row. In terms of means of countering the Dark Lord, I'm afraid the 2 of you combined are inferior to me.
Harry nodded and, as a witness for Ivan, revealed that Lord Voldemort had possessed Chino in his first year and tried to steal the stone, only to be defeated by Ivan.
As for Professor Lockhart, who was bewitched by a Horcrux in his second year, I was also the one who detected his abnormality and caught him out. I also fought the Dark Lord in my 5th year and destroyed the Horcrux that was about to be revived.
Ivan also mentioned his achievements. Although Ivan felt that all of this was in the past, and none of it was a glorious win, Lupin and Sirius, who did not know any better, were completely stunned. They had, of course, heard of Ivan's removal from the 2 previous defense against the dark arts professors, but this was the first time they had heard of it.
You actually beat Voldemort twice.
Sirius asked, recovering from the shock of the news. As members of the Order of the Phoenix who fought in the last Wizarding War, Sirius and Lupin were well aware of the Dark Lord's terror. They even had the honor of facing Lord Voldemort head-on a few times, where he was able to overwhelm them with his overwhelming magic. Despite Lord Voldemort's death. Chapter 499, Ivan, I'm sorry, I'm not normal. Both Sirius and Lupin found this hard to believe.
Of course, but to be precise, I only defeated the Dark Lord's remnant soul and the Horcruxes that haunted him.
Ivan explained. He was not arrogant enough to believe that he could defeat Lord Voldemort and could only rely on the plot to bully the Dark Lord, who had lost most of his power.
Don't sell yourself short.
Lupin said,
It's impressive. I can't imagine what you did 2 years ago when you first started school.
Sirius, on the other hand, hesitated, knowing that, despite Ivan's superior abilities, he was too young and confused to convince himself to allow a brat to tag along on such a dangerous mission.
If you're worried about my safety, you don't have to. I'm capable of protecting myself. Those inferi are not a threat to me. You should be the ones worried.
Ivan explained that he was concerned not only about Sirius and Lupin's safety, but also because he suspected that Dumbledore had left Hogwarts for the summer to investigate Horcruxes. Perhaps the target was the switched Slytherin locket in the cave. Ivan didn't want to hear about Dumbledore's death when school started the following year. He was too weak, and the wizarding community couldn't do without the old professor. Therefore, it was necessary to check that place out.
As for my strength, Sirius, you should know it very well. Don't forget who caught you in the first place.
Ivan said when Sirius didn't answer.
There's such a thing, Sirius, this is the first time I've heard of you losing to a child.
Lupin turned to Sirius and teased him.
That's because I was starving for days after escaping Azkaban and didn't have a wand, or I wouldn't have lost.
Sirius defended himself, his face darkening. However, recalling the events of the past in his mind, Sirius felt that something was amiss. He had disguised himself as an animagus and disguised himself as a large black dog so that even the Aurors on patrol would not be able to detect him. However, he was caught by a 12-year-old brat. How could this be justified? In addition, Ivan's spell, which could turn a person to stone with a single glance, was still fresh in his memory. It was so powerful that it made no sense, and once he locked eyes with it, he would be at the mercy of it. However, being emotional did not mean giving in. He always believed that it was best not to involve children in dangerous matters. Sirius sighed at the thought and turned to Ivan.
How about this? Since you're so confident, let's have another match. If you can beat me, I'll agree to your participation in this operation. Otherwise, you'll have to stay here and wait for us to return.
Sirius was not 100% confident of winning, but was determined to keep Ivan out of the operation. If he could avoid eye contact in battle, he thought his chances of winning were quite high.
Sure, when do we start?
Ivan agreed without hesitation and seemed eager to start. His skills had improved considerably over the course of the school year, and he was worried about not having someone to measure his skills to. Seeing Ivan agree so readily, Sirius felt as if he was being looked down upon, and immediately led the way to the training room at Black's house. After opening a door, Ivan found the place to be very spacious, the size of a small stadium. Various human-shaped targets were placed around the room, and there were many books on magic stacked neatly on the table. Sirius was also very proud to tell him that all of the targets were enchanted to evade and attack automatically, and that it was here that he had mastered dueling skills far beyond his peers.
Well, it's not too late to admit defeat. Otherwise, you might have to suffer a little.
Sirius asked Ivan, raising his eyebrows. Ivan couldn't be bothered to answer, so he pulled away from Sirius and pulled out his wand. Understanding Ivan's intention, Sirius pulled out his own wand. The referee, Lupin, took Harry a little distance away before gesturing for them to bow to each other in the manner of dueling.
No thanks, in a real fight, the opposition won't tell you when to start.
Sirius waved his hand, not liking the tedious dueling etiquette, and then, without waiting for Lupin to start counting, waved his wand with a smirk and no warning.
Like the Sievliarmus, excluding your weapon.
A scarlet beam from the tip of the wand.
Professor Lupin, do you think Sirius will lose?
Chapter 499 Part 2. Ivan, I'm sorry I'm not normal.
I don't think so.
Lupin said hesitantly. Sirius was one of the most powerful members of the Order of the Phoenix. He had killed a dozen Death Eaters and was very experienced in combat. However, his opponent was Ivan, a young wizard he had never been able to see through, and Lupin could no longer be too sure, not to mention the fact that Sirius had been imprisoned in Azkaban for over a decade, so there was no telling how much of his power was still intact. As it turned out, Sirius's senses did become somewhat dulled after over a decade in prison. In less than a minute of battle, Ivan managed to hit the shield charm twice, causing the shield charm to shatter.
Stupefy.
Ivan didn't let up, he cast another spell. Sirius barely had time to react before the spell's beam was within reach. Sirius's body suddenly began to change shape, and he became much shorter, narrowly avoiding the spell, and when he landed he was in his animagus form. Powered by magic, the dog was incredibly fast and agile, and it charged at Ivan. Ivan did not expect Sirius to dodge his attack in such a manner, and when he managed to dodge the petrifaction charm, he simply pointed his wand at the floor in front of him.
Reducto crushed to pieces.
Irascible magic blew a large hole in the floor, sending flying chunks of wood flying in a semicircle, guided by Ivan's wand. Sirius didn't even try to dodge, allowing the sharp pieces of wood to hit him, leaving bloody scratches on his fur and even embedding themselves in his flesh.
Sirius.
Harry, who was watching from the sidelines, was shocked, and when he saw Sirius injured, he panicked and wanted Lupin to end the fight. Lupin, however, shook his head.
Have a good look, Harry. It's common to bleed and get hurt in battle. Sometimes it's worth fighting for a chance to beat an opponent with a few minor injuries.
Lupin explained. However, this referred to a real fight, and Lupin did not expect Sirius to go so far in a duel. Was it because they didn't want to lose to a 13-year-old, or because they didn't want Ivan to go with them? Or both?
Stupefy, all petrified.
Refusing to give up the perfect opportunity to pursue him, Ivan managed to cast two spells in a second, one aimed at Sirius and the other at him. Sirius showed no signs of panic. He had seen Ivan use the aura of magic against the black-robed wizards last summer, so he had expected this. Or rather, he did all this to force Ivan to use this magical tool so that he had a chance of winning. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, two beams of light came at him, and Sirius waved his wand, twisting and disappearing.
Expel Irmus.
Behind Ivan, a voice spoke. At the same time, Ivan activated the protective ring on his right hand, sending a red beam of light back across the clearing. Because Sirius was long gone.
Did you just use apparition? I thought you told me not to use that in battle.
Ivan asked curiously, turning to face him.
Yes, remember that. I was so close to being split. Believe me, so close.
Sirius teased. There were traces of blood on his arms and chest, not from apparition, but from the impact of the debris. Of course, Sirius did not lie to Ivan. He was only 50% certain that he would be able to cast a teleportation spell. Fortunately, he won the bet. Otherwise, he would have been split in half and left the other half behind. While no one would die in the split body for a short period of time, and Lupin and Ivan would be able to revive him, he would have to concede defeat in this battle. This was one of the reasons why Sirius told Ivan not to use apparition in battle, as there was no such thing as surrender in most battles.
Indio fire roaring.
Sirius did not hesitate to wave his wand and summon a large wave of flames that swept towards Ivan. Ivan flicked his wand, and the table next to him flew in front of him, shielding him from the flames. However, Sirius was able to shatter the wooden table in front of Ivan with a single blow of the smashing charm, and the remnants of the table, which were engulfed in flames, became even more destructive under the control of his magic.
Tusk.
Ivan pointed at the sink nearby. With a pull, the water in the sink surged and grew, condensing into a long snake under the influence of the transfiguration charm.
Stop.
Lupin shouted. He did not expect a small match to go this far. He even wondered if the situation had gotten out of hand. The two of them, who were focused on the battle, had no time to pay attention to him. Ivan was very excited as he combined the spells he had learned and activated the water in the pool, almost restoring the magic that Professor McGonagall had used to extinguish the great fire of the Forbidden Forest. The two powerful spells collided, melting into each other, and the sizzling sound echoed throughout the enclosed training room. Thick steam rose and soon began to spread. Every now and then, the remains of a wooden table would fly out of the fog and crash against the walls. Lupin had to double down on his defenses and had to cast several impediment spells before he was able to relax a little, keeping his eyes fixed on Ivan and Sirius, but they were too shrouded in mist to see anything. Harry was equally anxious, calling out to Ivan and Sirius but getting no response. Ivan looked around through the mist, wondering if Sirius had bewitched the mist as well, for it had thickened and visibility was poor.
Is it to limit my snake eyes?
Chapter 500, Ivan, as long as you have enough trump cards, no one can defeat me. Sirius, once again in his animagus form, kept changing directions and sniffing around in the thick fog. However, due to the battle that had just taken place, the air was filled with the smell of burnt wood, and it was not easy to distinguish the various smells accurately.
Lupin and Harry are about 10 meters back.
Sirius muttered to himself as he followed the smell that still lingered in the air, only to find no one there, so he guessed that Ivan might have stopped there. As Sirius hesitated, his hair stood on end and a warning flashed across his mind. Without hesitation, Sirius rolled a few times, following his instincts. At the same time, a scarlet beam of light shot out of the fog on his side and hit him where he was standing, creating a crater in the wood. Sirius's face fell, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, more beams of light flashed out of the fog. Sirius broke out in a cold sweat and had to run in the opposite direction, occasionally changing directions, trying to use his agility to throw off Ivan and disappear back into the fog.
It can't be. How the hell did he know where I was?
Sirius, exhausted from running, could not think straight and was soon hit by a red beam of light. The wand flew out of his hand, spinning into the mist, and he crashed heavily into the pile of junk behind him. A wooden sign nearby, which had fallen to the ground, instantly transformed into a long rope, which silently coiled around Sirius and bound him. Ivan came out of the thick fog and caught the wand in his hand, then smiled at Sirius, who was tied up.
It seems you've lost this time, Sirius. All right, that's right.
Sirius tried to get free, but the rope was too tight, and Ivan was pointing his wand at him without letting up, so Sirius could only nod helplessly. Once Ivan had freed himself, Sirius got to his feet, grimacing. He had been holding back during the fight, but now that he had relaxed, he felt the pain of his wounds. Ivan shook his head and placed his wand against the wound, casting a healing spell. Green fluorescence glowed at the tip of the wand, and the lacerations on his arms quickly healed under the influence of magic.
You know healing magic.
Sirius was surprised, wanting to know if there was anything the young wizard could not do.
It never hurts to learn a thing or two, does it?
Yvonne explained casually, then frowned as she fixed a few of the cuts. Some of the wood chips from the previous battle had been embedded in the cuts and could not be healed immediately. Ivan had to cast a spell to tear the wound wider, picking out the sharp pieces of wood and gravel.
Sirius, are you all right?
Harry asked Sirius, seeing the wounds on his arms and chest.
It's all right, it's nothing more than a minor injury. It's perfectly normal to get injured in battle.
Sirius waved his hand dismissively, pretending not to care, and then his face twitched as Ivan picked a sharp stone out of the meat. However, he managed to keep a straight face and did not embarrass himself in front of Harry.
You're taking too many risks. Using magic of that level in a match, do you have any idea what will happen if you lose control?
Lupin was worried and angry at the same time. The intensity of the battle was beyond his expectations, and it could be described as a life-and-death struggle, so when he sensed that the battle was over, he immediately rushed over with Harry.
Don't say that, Remus. Of course we can control our magic.
Sirius replied, slightly embarrassed. He had been in Azkaban for more than 10 years and had not been in such a good battle for a long time. This was compounded by the fact that Ivan was far more powerful than he had anticipated, forcing him to use powerful magic to increase his chances of victory. Lupin shook his head helplessly and said nothing more.
Who won the match?
Chapter 500 Part 2, Ivan, as long as you have enough trump cards, no one can defeat me.
Sirius, you didn't lose again, did you?
Lupin asked, looking at Sirius, who was in a mess, and Ivan, who was clean and calm.
Yes, as you can see, I've lost again.
Sirius shrugged helplessly.
By the way, Ivan, how did you determine where I was before? It's just a bit of probing magic.
Ivan explained. In fact, he used his bloodline magic to transform into a bat using ultrasonic tracking to determine Sirius's movements. However, Ivan was not prepared to reveal his bloodline magic, and thus he was able to gain a lot from the battle. As he absorbed Sirius's fighting skills, Ivan realized the importance of hiding his trump cards. His own snake's eye and ring of magic had only been used a few times in front of Sirius, before Sirius found a way to target and restrict them. He was only able to defeat Sirius so easily because of his ability to transfigure himself into a boggart, a bloodline magic that Sirius did not know about. Unaware of Ivan's ability to change into a bat and use ultrasounds to locate him, Sirius made the wrong decision of obscuring his vision with thick fog.
What about me?
Harry asked anxiously.
You'll have to stay at home until you hear from us.
Sirius said, patting Harry on the shoulder.
You can all go together, but I have to stay here until you get back.
Harry protested.
Harry, this operation is too dangerous, and you students are not supposed to be part of it.
Lupin said, trying to calm him down.
Ivan proved himself by defeating Sirius, so he won't hold us back. Are you going to try?
Lupin was merely trying to put Harry off his game, but Harry nodded solemnly. Sirius's face darkened. He had lost to Ivan, yes, but that didn't mean he was weak. He was going to show Harry who's boss. Harry thought hard about the dueling techniques he had learnt in his second year at the dueling club, and even agreed on tactics. He had heard from Professor Flitwick in charms that even the most powerful of wizards would lose their wands if they were hit by the disarming charm.
There are 3 of us, 4 with Regulus. Can Creature get us out of that cave if something happens?
Sirius immediately realized this and looked to Creature for an answer. The elderly house elf hesitated for a moment. Although it was able to escape from the dangerous cave twice in a row, it had clearly felt a huge barrier when performing its teleportation spell, and the amount of magic it consumed was much greater than usual. Therefore, in order to ensure absolute safety, one could only bring one person at a time and move everyone away 4 times. Creature did not hold anything back and told the truth. After listening to Creature's account of the operation, Sirius and Lupin were somewhat concerned that the risks would be increased.
Why don't we just call in another house elf?
Yvonne suggested after a moment's thought.
Dobby.
As soon as Ivan finished speaking, an ugly, beady-eyed house elf appeared in the clearing in front of them.
Dobby at your service. What can I do for you, sir?
The house elf said loudly, looking around curiously and greeting Harry cheerfully. Harry responded with an awkward nod, remembering how Dobby had not impressed him the last few times they met, and how Dobby had screwed him over in his second year.
It's like this, Dobby. I want you to come with us to a place and help Creature get us all out of there if he needs you.
Ivan gave him a brief summary of what had happened. Dobby agreed without hesitation. He and Ivan were technically in the same job, but in reality they were no different than slaves. The only difference was that they were paid a pittance a month.
By the way, Ivan, is Dobby your house elf?
Sirius asked, looking surprised. He had forgotten about it last summer because he was too busy thinking about Peter, and now he found it strange. Generally, only the most illustrious of the pure-blood wizarding families could have a house elf, and the House of Hales was not one of them.
No, I hired Dobby. He used to belong to the Malfoys, but he's free now.
Ivan explained, shaking his head.
Yes, gentlemen, Dobby is now a free elf. The good Mr. Harles has hired Dobby and is willing to pay 1 sickle a week.
Dobby spoke proudly and then turned to Ivan, looking very touched and almost in tears.
And sir.
Sirius, Lupin, and Harry all looked at Ivan strangely, causing him to be so embarrassed that he wanted to gag Dobby. Dobby's words made Ivan feel as if he were skinning him alive, and Dobby, his slave handler, was grateful to him. Before Ivan could explain himself, however, there was an angry shriek.
You are a disgrace.
Creature, an elderly house elf, trembled and glared at Dobby as if he were an enemy.
Filthy, base traitor, you should be ashamed. A proper house elf does not need wages or leave, and no house elf will turn their back on their master.
Creature said, his words sharp and very hoarse and unpleasant.
Dobby doesn't think so. He's a free house elf, and he needs pay and leave.
Dobby said, not at all put off by Creature's words. It had heard such words hundreds of times at Hogwarts, and they did not sway it. Furious, Creature opened his mouth to retort, but Sirius silenced him.
That's enough, Creature. Ivan is the master of Dobby.
Chapter 501, Lupin, I didn't expect you to have grown to this level. Ivan didn't think that Dobby's meeting with Creature would lead to such a huge argument, and he wondered if he had made the right choice in summoning Dobby. Creature surprised Ivan by stressing that house elves did not turn their backs on their masters. If he recalled correctly, Ricklicker had betrayed Sirius, indirectly leading to Sirius's death, which apparently did not match the words it had spoken. Unless, of course, Creaturey did not approve of Sirius as his master. After all, Sirius was removed from the Black family tree by his mother decades ago, and was not the rightful heir, unless members of the Black family had either died or been locked up, and it would not have been Sirius's place to take over.
Sirius, it's getting late. We'd better hurry if we don't want to sneak around in the dark.
Lupin warned him, glancing at the sky.
Right, let's go.
Sirius didn't want to waste another moment, so he told Creature to teleport them to their destination. Only Creature had been to the cave, and they had to be carried by him to get to the exact location. In an effort to conserve magic, the teleportation was split into two, Creature taking Sirius and Lupin with him, and returning with beads of sweat on his forehead.
Do you need a break?
Ivan asked worriedly.
House elves don't need to rest, sir.
Creature said humbly, shaking his head. It was only then that Ivan noticed Creature's change in attitude towards him after the destruction of the Horcrux. Creature no longer looked as disgusted as he had in the beginning, and his words were filled with gratitude. Ivan smiled and reached over to shake Creature's hand. Dobby joined them, his hand outstretched. Creature's face contorted in disgust, and he screamed.
Go away, don't touch me, you nasty worm.
Ears drooping and hands outstretched, Dobby seemed at a loss for what to do, forcing Ivan to step forward and grab him, then order Creature to disapparate. The world spun, and when Ivan came to his senses again, he was standing in an unfamiliar place, seemingly on the edge of a cliff facing the endless sea. The salty sea breeze blew slowly, bringing with it a slight chill. The sound of waves crashing against rocks echoed in their ears. Sirius and Lupin were nearby, discussing something.
Why didn't you just let us into the cave?
Ivan asked, looking at Creature strangely. He had expected Creature to teleport them to where Regulus had been dragged down by the Inferi.
Creature can't sense it directly, sir.
The elderly house elf gasped in frustration. Ivan nodded, presumably because Voldemort had placed some sort of shielding spell there.
Where do we go now, Creature?
Sirius asked, interrupting their conversation.
Just go in there and swim for a while.
Creature replied, turning his head and pointing to the narrow crack at the bottom of the cliff on the right.
Then what are we waiting for? I'm going to scout ahead and you're all coming with me.
Sirius put his wand in his mouth and jumped into the sea, swimming towards the dark crack. Ivan tapped his head with his wand, cast a bubblehead charm on himself, and jumped into the water. They went straight through the dark gap, following the narrow passages on either side. It got darker and darker, and only a faint light shone through the gaps behind them. They swam for a few minutes before reaching the end, and Ivan climbed the steps with difficulty. He was wet and miserable.
Lumo's flickering light.
Sirius's voice rang out nearby, and a brilliant white light spread out from the wand, illuminating everything around it. It was only then that they realized that they were in an enclosed cave. The walls of the cave were covered in mud and green moss.
Are you sure this is it, Creature?
Chapter 501 Part 2, Lupin, I didn't expect you to have grown to this level. The elderly house elf nodded, but after more than a decade, all he could remember was that the entrance required blood to open, and that the hidden door was in front of him.
Why don't we give it a try?
Ivan suggested.
I doubt Voldemort's defenses will be broken so easily. Not a bad idea.
Sirius thought and acted, shooting out beams of light from his wand that hit the walls in front of him, creating craters.
Split up.
Ivan tried to help, but the spell didn't work. The spell hit the wall and vanished. Sirius and Lupin laughed. This was it. Ivan stepped forward and looked at the uneven stone wall in front of him, remembering the scene of Dumbledore's sensory detection back in time, and tried to touch it too. The walls of the cave were rough to the touch, and Ivan tried to infuse some of his magic into them but was rejected. This disappointed Ivan, as the spell that Voldemort had placed upon it was too advanced for him to see through. If not for his knowledge of the plot and creature's directions, he would never have been able to break through.
Ivan, what are you doing?
Sirius and Lupin asked curiously as they watched Ivan's actions. Ivan came back to his senses and looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. Without changing his expression, he casually replied,
I was investigating the movements of the magic. Since some kind of magic was used here, it must have left some traces.
You can detect traces of spell casting with your senses alone.
Lupin asked, not doubting Ivan's words.
I can't believe you've grown so much.
As much as he was impressed, he was ashamed of himself. He would never have reached this level in his life. Ivan was momentarily embarrassed, as he hadn't actually sensed anything earlier, but had merely copied Dumbledore's casual remark.
Ahem.
Ivan could not stand Lupin and Sirius looking at him, so he quickly changed the subject.
With creature's blood.
The elderly house elf exclaimed, stepping forward and grabbing a sharp piece of rock from the ground to cut his wrist. However, Lupin reached out and stopped Creature.
Hold it right there, Creature. You've used up enough. You'll have to get us out of here with Dobby, and you'll need to keep your magic and your strength up.
Said Lupin.
Then use my.
Sirius began, but was interrupted by Lupin.
No, not even use Sirius. The spell you're about to cast will also require a lot of blood, so I'll do it this time. Don't forget, I'm better at healing than any of you.
Lupin said firmly, then placed his wand against his wrist. An instant later, a dim light glowed at the tip of the wand. Sirius had no time to stop the flow of scarlet blood from Lupin's wrist, and as if by magic, it flowed up the dark stone wall, dyeing it scarlet.
Remus, it's always been about me. You don't have to do this.
Sirius sighed, upset at the loss of blood, and the pallor on Lupin's face. Beside him, Creature began to sob quietly. Lupin reminded him of Regulus.
Are you all right, Lupin?
Sirius asked worriedly, rushing to his aid. Lupin shook his head, indicating that he was fine.
We'd better get going.
Lupin warned. His guilt mounting, Sirius solemnly patted Lupin on the shoulder, then strode through the open doorway, wand raised. Ivan followed Sirius inside. Behind the cave was another cave, this one so large it seemed the entire mountain had been hollowed out. In front of them was a vast black lake with no visible shore. Ivan couldn't help but take a few steps closer. He squatted down and held his glowing wand close to the surface of the lake. The white light was reflected in the dead water below, but it couldn't penetrate it. All he could see was darkness.
The water's too bad. I'm afraid it'll be hard to see if we go down there.
Ivan said quietly, trying to keep his voice as low as possible. To be honest, he would be a fool to dive in and retrieve the corpse even though he knew there were countless inferi down there. Unfortunately, he had to be a fool this time. Sirius was also deeply worried, which was more difficult than he had originally thought. Gulp gulp.
How many did Lord Voldemort kill?
Ivan asked, looking at the pale arms spread out like a pond of lotus roots, and wondering if Lord Voldemort had slaughtered a Muggle town to create an army of inferi.
Quick, drink it. It will hide our life force and make us as good as dead for a short period of time.
Chapter 502, The Black Lake and the Inferi. Ivan tried to lift his hand, but it was stiffer than usual. He waved his wand again, and when he saw that there was nothing stopping his magic, he turned to Sirius and the others with relief. By now, Sirius and Lupin had drunk the potion, and their faces were so green and blank that they did not look alive.
Great, they're gone. Looks like the medicine worked.
Lupin said in a hoarse voice, looking at the lake with a stiff expression. Ivan looked over as well, and in the faint glow of the wand, the pale arm sticking out of the lake slowly fell silent. Soon, the black surface of the lake was calm again. However, Ivan, Sirius, and Lupin all felt a chill run down their spines as they looked at the calm lake. Judging from the number of arms that had just emerged, There were probably over 100 inferi in the fluorescent area.
I'm sorry, it seems that I was careless and accidentally lit up the lake, alarming them.
Sirius shook his head stiffly and calmly analyzed the situation.
No, it's not your fault. It's not the light. We're still maintaining the illuminating charm and they're not getting close, which means it's not the light that's attracting their attention. We must have had too many people coming in.
Lupin's voice rang out and he took over from Sirius.
Creature told us about the inferi that accompanied Lord Voldemort and Regulus in the lake, when the inferi at the bottom were silent.
So 2 people are safe, which is the boundary set by Lord Voldemort, an intruder with a victim.
Ivan speculated, pulling memories from his mind. Voldemort would not want anyone to steal his Horcrux, but considering the possibility of a Horcrux transfer in the future, some restrictions must be relaxed, such as allowing 2 people in. If the number of intruders broke through this limit, the large number of inferi would overwhelm the intruders. However, thanks to Creature, they were able to learn of the situation ahead of time and prepared a potion to seal off their own life force, allowing the inferi underwater to sense that the number of living creatures on the shore was 0.
Yes, that's probably it.
Sirius nodded, but then remembered what had happened to Regulus and hesitated.
I don't think it's safe even for 2 people to come in, because Regulus was dragged into the water. That means that once someone drinks the potion placed in the center, the inferi will get agitated, attack everything that comes near the water, and capsize their ship.
To face hundreds or even thousands of inferi on an isolated island in the middle of the lake while being dragged down by a potion, what a desperate sight that would be, not to mention that a normal intruder would have to row out in a small boat and fight the inferi on the lake. Ivan was glad he did not have to do something so dangerous. Though what they are about to do may be more dangerous than that.
That ship should be somewhere around here, gentlemen. There's a chance the chain is invisible and Creature can't see it.
Creature reached out and grabbed at thin air, but it was possible that the ship was too short to reach.
A Perseum.
Sirius raised his wand and waved it, sending magical waves from the tip of the wand in all directions. The surface of the lake rippled slightly, but nothing happened.
A spell laid by Lord Voldemort himself will not be so easy to break. Let's look for it.
Lupin shook his head and waved his hand in the air, searching for the chain hidden in the void. Ivan stepped forward to help, but to no avail, causing him to frown and wonder if they were doing the right thing. What did Dumbledore do in the original time and space? Grab the chain in the void and pull. But how should they be caught? After so many years, Ivan's memory had become fragmented. If he had not learned occlumency and was able to organize his memories, he would have forgotten everything. Furthermore, Dumbledore's level of magic was very high, and what he could do, he might not be able to do himself. No, wait, how did Regulus raise that boat? Yvonne thought about it and decided it couldn't be that hard. Regulus couldn't be more powerful than they were, she must have missed something. With a thought, Ivan tried to attach his magic to his hand and continued to explore. A moment later, his palm touched something cold, long, and very hard.
We've got them.
Ivan called out to Sirius and Lupin, who were still searching, and then pulled with both hands. Tink tank 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 tank. Ivan tried to step back to pull the boat out, his expression strained, his face changing, and he almost let go when he realized that his magic was being rapidly consumed. Sirius and Lupin quickly followed Ivan's example, attaching their magic to their hands and pulling at the chain to try and help, but they soon realized that they could not move it at all.
Don't waste your time, it'll only suck my magic.
Chapter 503, The Limitations of the Lake and the Dark Lord's Wicked Taste. Ivan released the chain with a sigh of relief when the ship finally rose, but then his face darkened as he sensed the magic within him.
How's it going? Are you all right, Ivan?
Sirius asked worriedly.
I'm fine.
Ivan explained, shaking his head.
I just used half my magic.
In the original timeline, Dumbledore was right. Voldemort counted on the intruders to sacrifice themselves at every turn, weakening them layer by layer, like a frog being boiled in warm water, until they were too weak to resist and drowned in the lake. First, he opened the door to draw blood, consuming a lot of stamina and a small amount of magic power. Raising the boat required another half of the ship's magic, and the boat had to row all the way to the island in the middle of the island. Ivan could only lament that Voldemort's wicked sense of humor was truly extraordinary, and that it would be better to simply give the intruder a quick death.
Is this the ship? It doesn't look very strong. It didn't sink halfway, did it?
Lupin asked, taking a few steps forward and tapping his wand on the floor.
I don't think so.
Ivan said,
I'm sure Voldemort expects to return some other time. I'm sure he'd rather not fall into the lake.
Lupin and Sirius both nodded, reassured. Ivan continued.
As for how this ship works, I have a pretty good idea. It takes half of my magic to operate, and from what we've just seen, it should be able to fit 2 of me. 2 of you, that's not good news. How much do you weigh?
Sirius scowled.
I mean magic.
Ivan snapped, rolling his eyes.
Voldemort doesn't think about weight. He only thinks about how much magic goes through the Black Lake, and I have as much magic as an adult wizard, so this boat can hold 2 adult wizards crossing the lake at once.
Ivan believed that the copper chain had been feeding his magic to the ship to measure how much magic he had. The rule was that each person had to bring 1 victim, so there had to be 2 subpoenas in exchange, so Regulus could board the ship with Creature, his magical equal. There was a limit to how much magic could be absorbed, and Dumbledore would not have lost half of his magic. However, the boat could not fit 2 of him, so the old professor mistakenly believed that the boat was meant for 1 person. The only reason Dumbledore was able to take Harry with him was because Harry's little bit of magic was nothing compared to the amount he had sacrificed.
So only 2 can board, and the rest must remain here.
Sirius's expression was sour.
That should be the case.
Ivan explained. Even if he lost a lot of magic power, it would not affect his combat strength. It could only be said that his endurance was slightly worse. However, Lupin was different. Opening the door probably cost thousands of milliliters of blood. In such a state, one would be lucky not to be caught, let alone to retrieve a corpse.
Isn't there another way to get across the lake?
Lupin was well aware of his condition, but he was worried about Ivan's safety. He looked at the Black Lake in front of him with some reluctance, wondering if he could transform into another ship.
I'm afraid ordinary boats can't sail on it, but we can try this.
Ivan suggested, waving his wand at a black rock on the bank. The solid rock immediately softened, changing shape, as if it were being kneaded by an invisible hand. A few moments later, a muscular eagle appeared in front of them. It let out a low cry and flapped its wings vigorously as it flew towards the center of the Black Lake. Sirius, who had seen Ivan in his animagus form, immediately guessed what he meant. If Ivan could fly across the lake, he could transform into his owl form and follow the ship, leaving an empty seat for 1 more person. The majestic eagle soared over the surface of the lake, seemingly without danger. However, before they could celebrate, the eagle suddenly fell into the water. It struggled for a while before it was grabbed by several hands and dragged into the dark lake. Ivan's mouth twitched at the sight. He was certain that the anti-aircraft spell had been cast on the back half of the lake, and that anyone who thought they could sneak past without a broomstick would fall in.
Well, it seems Voldemort didn't leave any loopholes for us to exploit.
Sirius sighed helplessly, then stepped into the boat. The ship immediately sank nearly halfway down, and when Ivan got on board, it sank a little more, but there seemed to be some room. Ivan was sharp enough to notice this, but he quickly realized that he had used up half of his magic earlier, leaving some room. Thinking of this, he looked at the aged house elf on the shore and said,
Creature, how much magic do you have left? If it's less than half, come up and try. It's too much of a risk, isn't it?
Lupin tried to intervene, but Creature was already climbing aboard, and the ship swayed but did not sink.
As it happens, it's just as I thought.
Ivan wasn't surprised. Creature had used apparition many times before, and he had used it on both of them. He would be lucky if he had a third of his magic left. Lupin shook his head, disapproving of Ivan's risky approach, but cautioned him before they set off.
Ivan, as your former defense against the dark arts professor, I have to test you. What do we do if we encounter an inferius? With a fire charm.
Ivan replied after a moment.
Yes, you were always clever, Hulse, in fairy fear, light, and heat.
Lupin laughed.
But I don't think it's going to help. You can't expect me to summon fire underwater.
Ivan complained. Lupin looked a little embarrassed. The ship carrying the elf and the girl began to move slowly towards the middle of the lake. Ivan reached into his pocket and realized that he had forgotten something. He shouted at Lupin and threw the bottle at him. Lupin quickly reached out to take it and saw that it was a brown potion. He was puzzled when he heard Ivan's voice from afar.
If you are in danger, drink this potion and transform into a werewolf.
Chapter 504, Corpse Fishing at the Bottom of the Lake. Lupin was confused. He could tell that Ivan had given him the wolfsbane potion, but it was not the full moon. How was he supposed to turn into a wolf? Before he could ask, however, a light mist appeared over the lake in Sirius and Ivan disappeared in front of him. At the same time, the boat was silent as it sailed steadily across the lake. It was as if it were being pulled by an invisible rope. There was no need for any paddling as the boat moved slowly towards the center of the lake. No one dared to speak along the way, as they were all worried that they would disturb the inferi in the lake. The surroundings were frighteningly dark, and only a faint green light could be seen flickering in the distance. Sirius stood on the ship with his wand aloft, lighting the way. Ivan, on the other hand, was very interested in the boat. He sat on the bow and slowly stroked the boat. It was wet and slippery to the touch. Even at his current level of alchemy, he could not see how the ship worked. Perhaps Voldemort did not create the ship through alchemy, but enchanted it with some powerful magic. As Ivan studied it, the boat suddenly slowed to a crawl.
We're here.
Sirius whispered. Ivan looked straight ahead, and through the mist he saw a smooth, rocky island in the middle of the lake. It was about the size of a classroom, and it was completely empty except for a 1-meter-tall pedestal on which sat a stone basin from which the green fluorescence came. Ivan swayed as the boat beneath him slowed to a stop. Sirius took the lead and stepped onto the island, heading towards the central stone basin. After a moment's thought, Ivan followed suit.
Is that what Regulus drank?
Sirius murmured, looking towards the stone basin and into its glowing emerald green liquid. Just by looking at it, one could tell that it was poisonous. Drinking it would definitely not feel good.
Yes.
The elderly house elf sobbed as he recalled the events of the past. Sirius was silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on another locket in the basin.
If Regulus took out the Horcrux, why did he make the same thing and put it back? Probably trying to confuse Lord Voldemort into believing that his Horcruxes still exist, so that he won't be able to create more and die in battle.
Ivan said, analyzing the note Regulus had left in the fake locket. Unfortunately, Regulus's plan fell through, and Creature was unable to destroy Voldemort's Horcrux, as the fake Horcruxes placed there would have entrapped Dumbledore if he had not appeared. Ivan shook his head at the thought. Regulus had risked his life to set this up, only to have his allies killed by mistake. The old professor had it bad, having to suffer so much to get his hands on a Cybit.
Creature, show me where Regulus was dragged from the lake.
Creature nodded vigorously and led Sirius to the left side of the island. Ivan did not hurry to follow. He hesitated for a moment, then gently waved his wand, and a faint fluorescent glow appeared on the floor of the basin. The glow connected with each other and formed a single line of words which quickly fell silent. There, he cast a triggering spell that would alert anyone who approached the text, in case Dumbledore tracked them down after they left. Of course, it could also be seen by Lord Voldemort, which would be interesting. Ivan smiled and left without hesitation. Sirius was crouched on the floor, his face grim, his left wrist sliced open and blood dripping from it in a grotesque pattern. Ivan stood in silence, watching unsurprised. Sirius had previously mentioned to him that blood brothers were related by blood, and that he could use a spell to temporarily reinforce this link to locate Regulus. However, this was apparently a form of dark magic, and it was unknown which book Sirius had read about it, but it seemed to be quite restrictive, otherwise Sirius would not have had to come to this island to perform the ritual. It took Sirius about 2 minutes to complete the drawing, and he placed his right hand on top of it, murmuring an unintelligible incantation. The blood on the ground reacted immediately, as if it were alive, climbing up the palm of his hand and gathering on the back of Sirius's hand to form the same pattern.
Oh good, he's still here.
Chapter 504 Part 2, Corpse Fishing at the Bottom of the Lake. Ivan didn't even have time to stop him. He slapped his forehead helplessly. In his opinion, he should at least come up with a strategy to deal with all kinds of dangers before entering the lake, and then check if there were any problems with the water.
It's cold.
As soon as Ivan sank into the lake, he sensed that something was wrong. It was summer, but the water in the Black Lake was as cold as winter. It was pitch black all around, and he could only vaguely see something in front of him. Lumos, flickering light, Ivan gently waved his wand, and a light lit up from the tip of the wand and spread in all directions. Ivan was shocked when he saw what was in front of him. It was a dead body, or rather a male corpse with its eyes open. Ivan could clearly see the swollen face and the bulging eyes that were staring back at him. Ivan almost attacked. Fortunately, he remembered that after drinking the potion, his physical characteristics were similar to that of an inferius. The other party would not attack him, otherwise they would have pounced on him. Ivan relaxed a little at the thought. He tried to move closer, but she did not move, as if she were really dead. It wasn't until he was very close that the inferius moved. It trembled and then sank. Ivan looked thoughtful. It seemed that Lupin was right. Inferi were not only afraid of heat but also of light. Having confirmed this, Ivan ignored her and swam towards another dark spot in the Black Lake. Inferi did not use magic, so this light must have been caused by Sirius. The closer they got, the more Inferi there were. There were bodies of all kinds: men, women, old people, children. Apparently, he had been right. Lord Voldemort must have massacred a Muggle town, or the British wizarding community would not have been able to gather so many bodies. The Inferi simply floated in the lake, either scattered or clustered, unmoving. As Ivan swam forward, he kept an eye out for Inferi, sometimes having to push aside those in his way or walk through a few of them. Sometime later, when Ivan's hands and feet were numb from the cold, he saw Sirius. He was a short distance ahead, the mark on the back of his right hand glowing blood red, indicating Regulus's body was nearby. However, the spell was apparently inaccurate, and Sirius was forced to swim over to the Inferi and examine their faces. Ivan helped in the search, holding his wand up against the faint light to distinguish every face within sight. While looking at them, Ivan noticed that all the Inferi seemed to be staring at him and Sirius, with their puffy faces and sunken eyes. He understood that this was due to the illuminating charm, which attracted the attention of the Inferi, but that they were too stupid to identify themselves as living beings, and thus fell into such a state. Unable to decide when the Inferi would notice something was wrong and pounce on them, and unable to stop the illumination spell, Ivan had to move faster. Prior to his arrival, Sirius had shown him a portrait of Regulus, and had Regulus not been disfigured by the lake water, he would have been able to tell him apart.
Master Regulus.
As Ivan examined it, a faint, indistinct voice reached his ears, and he turned sharply to see Creature making the noise. Somehow, the elderly house elf had managed to stay underwater for so long without using the bubblehead charm, and could even talk. Ivan, however, wasn't paying attention to this at the moment, as Creature was obviously on to something and was swimming forward excitedly. Ivan followed without hesitation, and from a distance he saw Creature hugging a corpse at the bottom of the lake. It was a young male corpse, lying motionless at the bottom of the lake, wearing a dark green robe with a prominent black badge. When Ivan got closer, he could see that it was Black's family crest, which consisted of a shield with a pentagram and a short sword, and 2 greyhounds standing on either side of it. This alone confirmed that this was Regulus. He was not at all pleased to have been found, nor was Sirius, for Regulus, like the Inferi, was staring at them and the light. Ivan realized that the last thing they wanted to see was Regulus being turned into an Inferius. Sirius's body shook slightly, either in anger or disbelief, but there was no such thing as anger, and he opened his mouth to tell Creature to let go. However, they were too slow. Regulus, who had been as still as a corpse, suddenly moved after Creature hugged him, his puffy white hands gripping the house elf's neck like pincers. Creature was too excited to defend himself against Regulus, and did not even try to resist when he was strangled. However, Regulus, who had been transformed into an Inferius for decades, did not know the meaning of holding back. Creature's eyes rolled back in his head, and the magic that had been protecting him collapsed, sending a large amount of water into his mouth and nose.
Petrificus told Alice.
Seeing that the situation was critical, Sirius immediately stopped casting the illumination charm and quickly waved his wand. A white beam of light shot through the water and hit Regulus. Regulus's once white, puffy skin turned gray and his hands stopped moving. Ivan seized the opportunity to grab Creature, saving him from Regulus and casting a bubblehead charm on him in time to prevent him from drowning. However, the situation did not improve, and Sirius's attack on Regulus triggered a taboo, causing the Inferi, who had been frozen in place, to become agitated. Several Inferi that were close to Sirius reached out and grabbed his clothes and arms, while more swam towards Ivan with ferocious expressions. Irritated, Ivan understood that Sirius's magical attack on the Inferi must have triggered some sort of restriction, as the Inferi no longer saw them as their own kind.
Sectum Semper.
Chapter 517. 517. No matter how he divided his soul, he wouldn't be so stupid 2 years ago. Chapter 505. No matter how he divided his soul, he wouldn't be so stupid.
Quick, give me your hand.
Sirius called out as he helped Regulus and Creature settle down, then hurried to Ivan and pulled him up with him. Suddenly, a wet, pale hand reached out from the lake and grabbed Ivan's thigh, trying to drag him down. Yvonne looked down and saw the dead woman who had grabbed her. Her mouth was wide open, her face ferocious, her eyes wild.
Sectum Sempra.
Ivan did not hesitate to wave his wand. The invisible blade of magic sliced through her gaping mouth, slicing off half of her body. Her severed limbs and organs fell straight to the lake, but strangely, not a drop of blood flowed out. Unencumbered by the Inferius, Sirius managed to pull Ivan to shore, and as he stared at Ivan's ashen face, Sirius asked worriedly,
Are you all right, Ivan? I'm fine, but I think we need to hurry.
Ivan said, shaking his head. He turned to look at the black lake where more Inferi were climbing out of the shallow mist.
Creature, can you teleport all 3 of us at once?
Sirius asked. Creature hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said that he could only teleport 2 people at once. Ivan and Sirius were both disappointed, as Creature alone would not have been enough unless they were willing to give up Regulus. This was because Creature had made it clear that it could not sense the interior of the cave, meaning there was no second chance of teleportation. Unless they were willing to swim through the crack in the rock again, as they had come, they would not be able to do so.
We'll have to find Professor Lupin and Dobby soon.
Ivan said 2 house elves should be able to teleport all 4 of them away. Although they were now ashore, they were not in the same location as when they first boarded the ship. Instead, they were on one side of this vast black lake, and the mist that was spreading around them was also blocking their connection.
We'll just make as much noise as possible and let Lupin know we're on shore.
Sirius quickly came up with a solution, waving his wand at the approaching Inferi.
Indio fire roaring.
A streak of fire shot out from the tip of the Sirius wand and struck one of the Inferi, but it only managed to ignite a small flame before it extinguished itself.
Have you used up all your magic, Sirius?
Ivan asked, unable to contain his laughter.
No, I just used a lot of magic to do it.
Sirius's expression was serious, not at all joking. Ivan's smile faltered, and he tried to cast a fire charm. The spell, which would have created a sea of fire, was now just a faint flame. He immediately realized that Voldemort had placed restrictions on the fire charm. Just as Harry could not create water out of thin air in the middle of the island, fire magic was presumably restricted and weakened. If even they knew that Inferi were afraid of fire and light, how could Voldemort have overlooked it? The luminous spell could be cast freely and could also be explained by the need for illumination in the pitch-black cave, but it would be unreasonable not to limit the use of the fire charm, a powerful weapon against Inferi. No matter how much Voldemort divided his soul, he would not be so stupid.
Drop to pieces, stupefied.
Chapter 506, Fierce Fire, Fierce Fire. With this in mind, Ivan did not hesitate any longer. He followed the instructions in the book and condensed the destructive emotions into flames. To Ivan's slight surprise, it was easier than he had expected. As the strengthened runes on the wand lit up one by one, a wisp of heart-stopping magic fire floated out from the tip of the wand and quickly expanded.
Reducto shattered to pieces.
Sirius waved his wand and sent several Inferi trying to get close to him flying. He then gasped for breath as he watched the Inferi with missing limbs and even half of their heads rise from the ground. This could not go on, and in Sirius's moment of panic, he felt a flash of fire behind him. He tilted his head and saw a large red flame sweep past him and crash into the group of Inferi. Like a rain of fire, sparks of fire quickly spread out. When they touched the yin corpses, the flames quickly rose, turning them into human-shaped torches. An astonishing number of Inferi could not resist the fire at all, and in an instant they became the best fuel, fueling the fire again and again. Soon, the sparks spread into a sea of fire.
That's a fire beater.
Sirius asked, instantly recognizing the fire he had used against the Death Eaters. Because of this, Sirius stared at Ivan in bewilderment, unable to understand how Ivan could possibly know such a dangerous spell.
I happened to see it in the book when I was looking for information on Horcruxes. I didn't expect it to be useful.
Ivan explained casually, his tone exceptionally relaxed. The yin corpses around Li Huo were no longer a threat to him. Ivan gently waved his wand, and the fire phoenix followed his movement, flapping its wings and swarming towards the large number of Inferi behind him. Fearful of fire, the Inferi's faces twisted in fear, but they had no time to dodge, and they collided head-on with the phoenix of fire. The sound of sizzling meat echoed around the lake, and a large number of Inferi seemed to have been thrown into a furnace, and flames hot enough to burn souls covered their bodies. When the fire phoenix swept past, hundreds of yin corpses fell to the ground in flames and were devoured by the fire phoenix.
Fiery fire is a very dangerous and uncontrolled form of dark magic, and you'd better not use it if you can help it. I once saw a dark wizard die from the backfire of his own fire, and it seems there's a good reason why it's classified as cutting-edge dark magic.
The fact that Ivan was able to learn the fire-writing charm after reading a book indicated that he was highly talented in the dark arts, which was why Sirius was worried that Ivan would be intoxicated by the destructive power of the dark arts. Ivan's expression became more serious, and although he did not reply during the course of directing the destruction of the Inferi, he realized that, unlike other spells which were gentle and obedient, the Inferi were unusually violent. Especially after turning hundreds of yin corpses into nourishment, the phoenix transformed by Li Huo had grown to a length of more than 10 meters. Without his command, it split into small phoenixes that actively attacked the nearby yin corpses, constantly growing. It wasn't that Ivan hadn't used fire before, but that was with the help of a magical tool, and the fire he summoned never had the chance to inflate to this extent. He wasn't sure if this was due to the effects of the strengthened runes, but if he hadn't done so before, he wouldn't have been able to cast the fire-enhancing charm in this restricted area. Whoa!
That's great, it's Professor Lupin.
Ivan turned to look at them, his face lit up with joy. They could finally leave. A short while later, a tall werewolf with grayish-black fur ran toward them from an empty spot on the left side that had not yet been covered in fire. A few yin corpses blocked his path, but he slapped them away and sent them rolling on the ground. The tall werewolf ignored the Inferi and leapt towards them, glancing at Regulus, who was being carried on Sirius' back.
It seems your operation went well. Yeah, it's just going to be a little tougher than you think.
Ivan said with a shrug.
Wait a minute.
Sirius was very surprised, as he had never known that a werewolf could transform outside of a full moon.
You'll have to ask Ivan, I don't know the exact reason.
Lupin was confused. He had only drunk the potion as instructed and then tried to transform. He hadn't expected it to work. Sirius turned his curious gaze to Ivan.
I don't think this is the time for small talk.
Ivan said,
We'd better get out of here.
after devouring thousands of inferi, the fire phoenix had grown to dozens of meters long. It kept splitting into more flames that spread in all directions. Ivan was more concerned about the fact that the nearby inferi had been burned to ashes, and that many more were hiding in the lake in fear of the flames.
Where's Dobby?
Yvonne asked, looking around anxiously.
Dobby.
As soon as Ivan finished speaking, a green-skinned house elf ran out from behind Lupin, panting. It was obviously not easy to catch a werewolf on its short legs.
I'm so glad you're all right.
Ivan exclaimed in relief. As he relaxed, his control over the fire weakened. Flames were already spreading towards them, surrounding them. Ivan quickly ordered Dobby to transport him and Lupin, while Creature took care of Sirius and Regulus.
Don't hesitate now.
Chapter 507, A Fighter Against the Dark Lord, a Deserving Hero. 12 Grimmauld Place, London. With a series of interdimensional movements, several figures appeared in the living room of the Black family home.
That was close, we were so close. I'm afraid we won't be able to return.
Ivan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. In the few seconds before they left, the fire phoenix had completely escaped his control. If they had teleported any later, the consequences would have been disastrous.
It's good that you know. You do well not to use such dangerous dark magic again.
Sirius cautioned. Sirius felt that this loss of control was not necessarily a bad thing, as it would most likely teach Ivan a lesson he would never forget. Yvonne nodded solemnly. However, unlike Sirius's expectations, Ivan was able to see the incomparable destructive power of the fire as well as the danger it posed. In the cave, thousands of yin corpses were used as fuel to expand into a fire phoenix that was dozens of meters long. It was the most powerful spell he had ever seen. Ivan couldn't find a way to keep it down, other than by using transfiguration. If he could master this power in actual combat, his strength would rise to another level, and it would not be impossible for him to fight against a dozen wizards at once with the help of the fierce fire. Of course, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for a fire to swell to such an extent without sufficient nourishment. Until Ivan mastered a countercurse that could suppress the fire of malice, he would not dare to use the fire of malice on a large scale again, or he would die along with his opponent if he did. Yvonne was deep in thought when the sound of hurried footsteps came from the back room, followed by a familiar voice.
Sirius, Ivan, Professor Lupin, you're finally back.
Harry exclaimed as he hugged Sirius. He was alone in the Black family home for a long time, and when he heard the commotion, he ran as fast as he could. Harry was relieved to see that everyone was fine, but he was shocked to see Lupin in his werewolf form. Although Harry knew that Professor Lupin was a werewolf wizard, this was the first time he had seen him in human form. Lupin realized that it was inappropriate for him to remain in his transformed form. He looked at his paws in discomfort and asked awkwardly,
Ivan, how should I change back now?
Ivan scratched his head. He wasn't a werewolf, so he couldn't possibly know, but considering how easy it was for Fran and the others to switch back and forth between their two forms, he told Lupin to think about what it would be like to revert to his true form every full moon. Lupin tried it, and when the idea occurred to him, his body reacted, his claws slowly retracting, his tall body shrinking rapidly, and his hideous head reverting to its normal shape.
This is amazing.
Lupin exclaimed. He sensed that he could change back into a werewolf with a thought, so he looked eagerly at Ivan and asked again.
What was that potion you gave me before? The Wolfsbane potion. I don't think the Wolfsbane potion on the market has that effect. It's an improved Wolfsbane potion that I developed not long ago. It allows a werewolf wizard who drinks it to freely control their transformation for 50 days and remain conscious throughout the process.
Ivan explained.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that after drinking the potion, werewolves will no longer have the ability to infect others. So you're saying that not only can I transform at will, but I don't have to worry about hurting anyone.
Lupin grabbed Ivan's wrist and asked excitedly.
Yes, but it only lasts for 50 days. After that, you have to drink it again.
Ivan nodded confidently.
Enough.
Lupin muttered to himself, suddenly backing away and bowing deeply to Ivan.
Professor Lupin, what are you doing?
Ivan did not expect Lupin to do this and quickly backed down.
Thank you for your help to us werewolves.
Chapter 507 Part 2, A Fighter Against the Dark Lord, a Deserving Hero. Ivan, however, threw cold water on their parade.
Professor Lupin, this new and improved potion requires a lot of precious ingredients, and I'm afraid it won't be available for a while.
Ivan was not going to sell the improved wolfsbane potion just because Lupin said so. He was well aware that while there were good and orderly werewolves like Flan and Lupin, there were many more who had fallen to the dark side and were living off robbery, murder, and petty theft. During the 2 previous wizarding wars, most of the werewolf wizards were firmly on the Dark Lord's side, spreading fear and causing chaos. Ivan did not want to strengthen his enemies. Lupin was disappointed to hear this, but he did not take it to heart. It was normal for new potions to be unavailable for a while. The speed with which Ivan improved the potion also gave Lupin confidence that it would not be long before Ivan developed a potion that would cure werewolves completely.
We'll talk about the wolfsbane potion later. The most important thing now is to settle Regulus.
Ivan said, changing the subject and looking at Regulus, who Sirius was carrying on his back. Lupin looked at Sirius apologetically. He had been so caught up in the wolfsbane potion that he had forgotten about his duties. Sirius, of course, didn't care and left Ivan and Lupin to wait while he retrieved a coffin from the basement. Many burial mounds had been left untended for a long time. The gravestones were covered in dirt and fallen leaves, but the inscriptions on them showed that they belonged to the Black family. Ivan turned his head just in time to see a familiar name on a nearby tombstone: Phineas Nigellus Black. He had seen a portrait of him in the headmaster's office, in which he was described as the most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history, and was rumored to have been hated by all the students and teachers at the time. However, the members of the House of Black apparently disagreed, and so the column beneath the inscription which read,
Phineas Nigellus Black.
the most distinguished headmaster of Hogwarts and a recipient of the Order of Merlin, First Class, was inscribed with the words Phineas Nigellus Black. Sirius did not look at the tombstones, nor did he pay his respects to any of them. Instead, he started digging in an empty space with a shovel. Lupin and Ivan offered to help, but he refused. Sirius worked through the night and into the next morning, digging the pit with his shovel without any magic, carving Regulus's name on a blank tombstone, and then writing Regulus's honor as usual. Sirius wrote a lot, even small things like receiving praise from the head of Slytherin in Regulus' 4th year. This is nothing compared to the accomplishments of the Blacks on the other gravestones, but Sirius does not care about these rules. He was not so much writing Regulus's honor as slowly reliving his younger brother's past. When he could write no more, Sirius solemnly stated that Regulus was a champion against the Dark Lord and a worthy hero. After writing the inscription, Sirius stood up and turned his attention to Regulus, who had been disarmed and was now tied up. The soul of an inferius is trapped in a shell, so there is only one way to free Regulus. After a long hesitation, Sirius gritted his teeth and waved his wand. A tongue of fire shot from the tip of the wand and slammed into Regulus, setting him ablaze. Regulus, having been turned into an inferius, struggled to his feet, his mouth wide open as he screamed in pain, but to no avail. Creature fell to his knees, covered his face, and cried, mumbling Regulus's name over and over again. Regulus's struggles in the light of the fire were diminishing, and his wails were dying down. Ivan could just make out Regulus's contorted face softening. Sirius stood still, his back to the crowd, hiding his current expression. When the fire died down, Sirius went to collect Regulus's remains, placing them in a coffin along with all the other items he had found in the house. After dealing with this, a depressed Sirius took them back to the Black family mansion. Everyone present had stayed up all night, especially Ivan and Sirius, who had dived into the cold bottom of the lake to retrieve their corpses. Their stamina and magic were almost exhausted, and they had only managed to hold on by sheer willpower. Therefore, after returning to the mansion and eating a few pieces of bread to fill their stomachs, no one was in the mood to chat. They all went back to their rooms to rest and slept until the next morning. As they ate breakfast, Harry asked Sirius about his experience with the Inferi the day before, but Sirius did not want to worry Harry, so he simply explained how they had dealt with them. Even ignoring the most thrilling scenes, the fight with the Inferi in the Dark Lake made Harry's skin crawl, and he wondered if he would have made it back alive if he had followed them. Lupin duly filled in the details of how he and Dobby had been attacked by Inferi while waiting on the shore of the lake. Presumably because Sirius hit Regulus with a petrification charm at the bottom of the lake, which triggered some sort of restriction, they were attacked by Inferi on shore. With the fire charm greatly weakened, he and Dobby were only able to use alternating fluorescence to disperse the Inferi, and when his magic was almost exhausted, he remembered the potion that Ivan had given him.
After I drank the potion, I tried to disguise myself as a werewolf to defeat the Inferi that were in my way, and followed the flames to find you.
Lupin explained.
So Ivan conjured a fiery phoenix in that cave, and burned 1,000 Inferi to death.
This was Harry's main interest after listening to the whole story, and he wondered how much magic was involved.
That's the fire incantula. I read about it in the book while I was looking for information on Horcruxes. I thought it might work on Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes, so I wrote it down.
Ivan explained in case Lupin misunderstood. Ivan then turned to Harry and warned him.
Scorching fire is a very dangerous type of dark magic, and it is easy to lose control of it. Even some powerful wizards and witches are unable to control it completely, and if we hadn't teleported in time, we would have been burned alive by it.
Chapter 508. The large wizarding world can't take in a small shop that saves money. There was only one method of restricting large-scale fire in Ivan's mind, and that was to end all curses. If they worked together, they could even suppress a fierce fire that could destroy a city, and if he remembered correctly, Nick Flamel knew how to do it. Yvonne let out a slow breath at the thought, then closed the book and placed it back on the shelf. He was very interested in the Black family's collection, but he had been here for 4 days to destroy the Horcruxes, so it was time to go. After a hearty lunch with Sirius, Lupin, and Harry at noon, Ivan announced that he was returning home that afternoon.
So soon, won't you stay a few more days? I haven't had a chance to thank you for Regulus.
Sirius said, surprised. Ivan shook his head and declined Sirius's offer. The promised meeting with Nick Flamel was only a few days away. He did not have much time to spend at home with Alicia, and it would not be wise to delay. Seeing Ivan's insistence, Sirius did not try to stop him, as it was easy for wizards like them to see each other.
So do you want to use the fireplace? I seem to remember there's still some flue powder left.
Sirius thought for a moment, then crouched down and pulled open a cupboard in the living room.
Forget it, my mother put a spell on the fireplace at home, so I can't teleport there. I'll just apparate there myself.
Ivan called out to Sirius, shrugged helplessly, and pointed his wand at the stairs. The suitcase is flying. Moments later, a small suitcase flew unsteadily down the stairs and landed in Ivan's hand. After checking that nothing was missing, Ivan turned to Dobby and said,
Let's go, Dobby. I can introduce you to my mother.
Dobby gave a sharp nod of his head, clearly pleased that this meant he was officially part of his master's family.
Disillusionment.
After a brief farewell, the man and elf performed magic and disappeared. By the time Ivan regained his balance and looked around, he was on the corner of Knockoff Alley near his wizarding shop. However, the shop was closed, and it seemed that Alicia was not at home. Even more disturbing to Ivan was the fact that the street was completely empty, and the doors and windows of the nearby houses were all closed. Ivan frowned, remembering his return to Knockoff Alley the previous summer. However, this should not be the case. Ivan was confident that he had dealt with all the potential threats and that Flynn and the others were responsible for protecting the shop. A large group of werewolf wizards who could transform freely was an extremely powerful force in Knockturn Alley. Normally, no one would be stupid enough to provoke them. Yvonne hurried to the door and swung it open. Craig. There was a slow click of a bolt, then the front door flew open and several beams of black light flew out. Ivan instinctively activated his protective ring, and an invisible barrier of magic appeared in front of him, deflecting the beam of black light and sending it crashing into the ground, eroding a large crater.
A trap for me, no, that can't be right.
Chapter 508 Part 2. The large wizarding world can't take in a small shop that saves money. Could it be that the vast wizarding world could not accommodate a small shop that made money in peace? Irritated, Ivan threw the suitcase to the house elf and said,
Dobby, hold the suitcase for me. I want to see who it is this time.
Dobby fumbled for the case and glanced at Ivan fearfully. It was the first time he had seen Ivan so angry.
Reducto, crushed to pieces. Stupefy, stupefy.
In a deserted alley on the west side of Knockturn Alley, a gray-clad enforcer was directing several dark wizards to surround Walker, who had turned into a werewolf. However, charms of all kinds did not work very well. After transforming into a werewolf, Walker's physical prowess improved dramatically, and he became extremely agile, dodging most of the spells with speed alone. Even if he was occasionally hit by a spell or two, he could use his protective ring to protect himself, or he could rely on the werewolf's regenerative abilities to resist them. Thus, for several minutes, Walker persevered despite his injuries. The law enforcement officer was furious. He had heard from his colleagues that werewolf wizards could transform at will, but he had never known how difficult it was to deal with them. However, this was due to their desire to capture Walker alive and extract information from him, otherwise it would not have taken so long. Thinking that reinforcements would arrive soon, the gray-robed enforcer no longer held back. He pointed at Walker and waved his wand, sending a green beam of light flying out.
Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra.
Walker's face fell, and he threw himself to the ground, rolling a few times. The dark green beam of light narrowly missed him and hit the ground, creating a crater in the ground. Gravel flew everywhere, and Walker's face was cut open. Walker pushed through the pain and rolled to his feet, his heart sinking to the bottom of his stomach. No amount of magic resistance and recovery in werewolf form could stop the killing curse. The dark wizards surrounding him had apparently lost their patience and were no longer interested in capturing him alive. Walker thought in despair that he might not be able to hold out until the others realized something was wrong and returned to support him. Just as he had expected, after the gray-robed enforcer was the first to use the killing curse, the dark wizards, who had been restrained by the command to capture the target alive, let loose and began to use high-intensity dark magic. Unable to dodge in time, Walker was hit by a beam of black light. The protective ring took the hit for him, but was unable to remove all of the damage, and the impact knocked him off his feet and into the rubble behind. Just as the gray-robed enforcer heaved a sigh of relief and was about to order one of his subordinates to confirm Walker's death, a drawn-out neighing sound echoed through the deserted alley. Several of the dark wizards present were shocked, but before they could react, the wall on either side of them exploded, sending two of them flying back. Amid the flying debris and smoke, a horse-shaped shadow galloped through the gap. The already frightened dark wizards waved their wands and pointed them at the blurry light and shadow. Charms of all kinds shot out, but they did not work. In a split second, the unicorn's shadow arrived in front of a panicked dark wizard and stomped on his face. The sound of bones breaking echoed through the alley as the unfortunate dark wizard was thrown violently against the wall behind him.
Don't use ordinary magic. Use the Patronus charm to restrain it.
The gray-robed enforcer shouted. After the initial chaos, the gray-robed enforcer recalled that 2 years ago, when he and his colleagues were pursuing Dugat had used this spell. Although the 5 of them were single-handedly dealt with by Doggett, after the battle, they did some analysis and concluded that it was a very special Patronus charm. It was illusory under normal circumstances and was no different from an ordinary Patronus charm. It only materialized when one was close to it. At the same time, the gray-robed enforcer did not dare to delay any further. He waved his wand and summoned an illusory cheetah patronus, which charged towards the unicorn's shadow. However, not long after it approached the unicorn's shadow, it was dispersed into a mist of light. This, however, alerted the other dark wizards, and they found a way to deal with the strange lights and shadows, and two more were able to summon patronesses. The others stared at the gap in the wall. Everyone knew that it was never magic that was powerful, but the wizard who did it. Ivan, under the influence of the disillusionment charm, did not expect to meet someone he knew so coincidentally. He had managed to stir up trouble, but he would not let them get away with it so easily. He lifted his wand slightly, and the bricks that had been scattered around when the street wall was destroyed floated up as if they were being pulled. Under the influence of the transfiguration charm, they twisted and transformed into sharp, cone-shaped spikes that scattered forward in a semicircle. The dark wizards who had been prepared for this had set up strong magical barriers to ward off this powerful area of effect spell. However, before the two could touch, an invisible magic blade had already arrived. Like a sharp knife, it cut through a dozen magic barriers before disappearing. The shadowless blade's penetrative speed was too fast, and the dark wizards did not have time to recreate their protective enchantments. The many enchanted spikes flashed coldly in the air and flew towards them with a piercing shriek. The next moment, a series of shrill screams rang out in the small alley. A former dark wizard's throat and eyes were pierced by a sharp cone. He opened his mouth in pain and tried to speak, but after a few struggles, he was dead. Although the other dark wizards were not critically injured, several spikes pierced their chests, arms, and thighs, and they fell to the ground, howling in pain and bleeding. Only the gray-robed enforcer and two dark wizards skilled in the armor charm managed to resist the spell. After casting two powerful spells in a row, the illusion charm on Ivan's body automatically broke and he appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the attacker's appearance, the few people who were still standing almost thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. The gray-robed enforcer's pupils constricted, and he could not help but speak up.
It's you.
Chapter 509. We are willing to be your most loyal servants.
Reducto crushed to pieces. Kalapatis quickly imprisoned.
A series of spells struck Ivan, sealing off all possible escape routes. Ivan never intended to evade the beam, nor was he prepared to use the aura of magic, and his body began to change rapidly before the beam reached him. A large amount of black mist poured out of his body, and the light around him seemed to be attracted to it. In the next instant, before the spell could reach him, a pale, decaying arm shot out of the black mist and blocked the attack. The beam of magical light struck the skeletal arm, but it did nothing. When the black mist spread in all directions, a tall, strange cloaked figure appeared in front of them.
Dementor.
The gray-robed enforcer's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He wondered if he was still living in a dream. A young wizard had just turned into a Dementor in front of him. Ivan ignored them, trying to get used to his new body. As he expected, after transforming into a Dementor, his body was immune to most charms. He had long intended to use the boggart transfiguration in actual combat, but he never had the chance. Now that the dark wizards in front of him had almost lost their will to fight, and he did not have to worry about Dobby's safety, he could test some of his ideas. The two dark wizards behind the enforcer were devastated. They could feel that this was not some sort of illusion, because the courage and joy they felt when they saw this figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind endless painful memories.
What kind of monster is this?
One of them shouted frantically, falling back and scrambling away in the opposite direction. The other dark wizard lost his cool and started waving his wand at Ivan in a frenzy.
Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra.
Green beams of light raced past.
You're...
Chapter 510, Ivan, impossible am I that terrifying. Ivan was completely stunned when he saw his enemies kneeling down, kissing his robes even though they were injured and bleeding, and threatening to become his most loyal servants. Ivan was baffled by the nonsense of the dark wizards. What nonsense was this, the Nother family trying to rebel against his rule, and why did he need so many servants?
Anyway, I happened to see these people chasing Walker on my way here, so I took care of them.
Ivan tried to make light of the incident, as if he were casually squashing a few flies. The three dark wizards kneeling on the ground were also cursing the ignorant not family and begging for Ivan's forgiveness, adding credibility to his story. When the wizards in red and black heard Ivan's words, they couldn't help but whisper to each other. They couldn't believe that this was the doing of a young wizard. However, looking around, anyone could tell that a huge battle had broken out here. Ivan, the final winner, did not seem to be injured at all. This meant that this young sorcerer had used overwhelming strength to end the battle.
Where's Walker, Sir Harles?
Flan pushed past the wizards and hurried to the front of the room. Yvonne started, then caught herself.
That's right, where's Walker?
He had been so busy trying to figure out how to use Boggart's transfiguration in battle that he had been so shocked by the dark wizard's reactions that he had forgotten about Walker. However, Ivan was not worried about Walker's safety. He had seen enough to know that it was not a fatal charm that had hit Walker and that it had been blocked by a protective ring. As expected, before Ivan could explain himself, Dobby appeared from the other end of the alley with Walker and the escaped dark wizard.
Move, don't try anything funny.
Dobby urged the dark wizard, poking him in the back. The dark wizard trembled as he entered the alley, and the first thing he saw was the bodies and blood on the ground. Several of his surviving comrades were lying on their knees in front of Ivan. Behind him, Walker immediately kicked him hard, sending him flying away from Ivan. Ivan looked down at him, and the dark wizard crumpled to the ground, as if he had lost all will to fight. He then quickly imitated his fellow dark wizards and crawled at Ivan's feet, mumbling words of forgiveness. The wizards who had come to their aid watched in silence, and a chill ran down their spines. Even Alicia was amazed. It was hard to imagine how Ivan had managed to scare the dark wizards so badly. Ivan was equally confused. Was he that scary?
Are you all right, Walkers?
Flan asked with concern, relieved to see him well.
I'm fine, Ivan.
Walker said, looking at Ivan with gratitude. He had wanted to call him by his first name, but remembered that Flan had told him to use honorifics in front of everyone.
By the way, where's Elf? We split up when we were attacked. What happened to him?
Walker asked, suddenly remembering his companion and looking around.
I'm sorry we were too late, we couldn't save him.
Chapter 511. Sai, look at what you're saying, it's not that exaggerated. This was the first time Ivan had seen someone die, and he had mixed feelings. However, he knew very well that reality was not a fairy tale. In a large-scale battle, it was impossible not to die. At the same time, more questions came to Ivan's mind, and he could not wait to find out what had happened in the past few months. Asia could see Ivan's confusion, but she did not immediately give him an answer, as this was not a good place to talk. The wizards who received the order nodded, and 20 of them vanished into thin air. Ivan was also disapparated by Alicia. When he returned to his senses, he was surprised to find himself outside Borgin and Burke's. It was no longer called St. Mungo's, of course, with a large sign advertising St. Mungo's. The interior of the shop was very different from the last time he was here. There were many potions on the shelves at the front desk, including Wolfsbane potion. There was a row of tables and chairs on the wall next to the counter, presumably where patients were supposed to wait in a queue. It looked exactly like a private clinic. It was not until Ivan passed through a curtain that he found another world. In front of them was a large meeting hall large enough to hold hundreds of people. The cabinets and shelves that had been placed there by the previous owner, Burke, had all been removed, which made the interior seem exceptionally large. As soon as they stepped over the threshold, several golden flames sprang up on both sides of the great hall. The floor was covered in dense brickwork, and some of the runes and patterns that connected the bricks formed a large protective circle that combined with the overall grayish-black decor to make it look solemn.
Remember that deed you gave me? I asked Doggett to find a way to get the rights to use this magical shop, and then we talked about turning it into a temporary station.
Alicia explained quietly as she led Ivan inside. Ivan nodded, as Sirius had mentioned this to him months before. It was just that he had thought that Doggett had tricked him, and had not realized that this was what shops were for. As soon as they entered the Great Hall, Alicia stopped and turned to speak to Fren and the others.
Fran, I need you to alert the others. Tell them to come immediately. As for you, Doggett.
Daggett immediately knew what Alicia meant, and led the wounded and several dark wizard prisoners to the treatment room. Is there someone else? Ivan glanced at Isaiah in surprise. He had thought that the 20 or so people gathered here were all of them. It seemed that Isaiah had gathered more people than he had expected. After Doggett and his team left, Alicia left the wizards and witches who had just been in battle to rest in the council hall while they waited for the rest of the team to arrive. After making the necessary arrangements, she turned to Ivan and said,
Come on, let's go upstairs to the back room.
Ivan had no objection to this, as he followed Alicia up the stairs and into a room where the noise from below was becoming quieter and quieter, presumably caused by a soundproofing spell. As Ivan thought about this, Alicia turned and put her arms around him, and a faint smell of lavender reached his nose. Ivan was stunned for a moment, and then he came to his senses and threw his arms around his mother. They hadn't seen each other for over 6 months, and he missed her. Although he and Alicia had only known each other for a few months, Ivan had felt her love for him and acknowledged his status. Deep down, Ivan felt guilty, knowing that he was taking the place of the real Ivan Harris and enjoying what was rightfully his. After a few moments of affection, Isaiah released Ivan and affectionately placed her hand on his forehead, asking him about his experiences in school over the past 6 months. She was surprised and delighted when Ivan was nominated for a first-class Order of Merlin in the Daily Prophet. She knew very well what this medal represented. Today, there are only 7 recipients of the Order of Merlin in the entire British wizarding world, and all of them, with the exception of Ivan, are prominent figures of their respective walks of life. Ivan did not mind sharing his
Great achievements.
at school with Alicia. Half-truthfully, she explained how she found Peter's name on the Marauders map, how she saw through his disguise with her knowledge of transfiguration, and how she
Coincidentally,
met Sirius and solved an unjust case from over a decade ago, sending Peter Pettigrew to Azkaban. Isaiah listened quietly with a smile on his face, and even gave Ivan a few generous words of praise for his deduction of Peter's identity. However, when she heard the names Sirius, Lupin, and the others, she frowned.
do you know them, moms?
Chapter 511 Part 2. Sai, look at what you're saying, it's not that exaggerated.
They were comrades in arms with your father.
Snapped Alicia. She had always believed that during the last Wizarding War, they would have gone to the relative safety of North America if they hadn't persuaded him to stay and fight against Lord Voldemort. Ivan was curious and wanted to ask more questions, but Alicia changed the subject.
I read in the papers that Dumbledore and Fudge jointly nominated you for the Order of Merlin, first class.
Alicia wondered how Ivan managed to get 2 of the most powerful men in the wizarding community to nominate him.
Ah, well.
Ivan could not possibly reveal his dark history of using Dumbledore's identity to write letters to the head of the Order of Merlin, nor could he simply pass it on to the old professor.
It was Minister Fudge who suggested it. He felt that I had caught Peter, you know who's henchman, and rectified the ministry's long-standing mistake, and was so grateful to me for my earlier contribution to the wizarding community that he persuaded Professor Dumbledore to nominate me.
Ivan went on, and Alicia looked at him strangely, not believing a word he said. Due to the need to deal with the Ministry of Magic in the future, Alicia has been asking Doggett about the Ministry of Magic, and it is clear that Fudge and Dumbledore do not get along. Ivan shrugged. There was nothing that Alicia could do if she didn't believe him, but then he thought of something else and spoke with some resentment.
Unfortunately, due to ministry negligence, I managed to catch Peter Pettigrew and escape from Azkaban.
At this, Ivan became angry. He had gone to great lengths to avoid Sirius's wrongdoings, but another important reason was that he did not want Peter to escape as he had in the original dimension. Without Peter's help, Voldemort would not have been able to recover so quickly, and what he lacked most was time. If he could drag it out for 5 to 10 years, Ivan was confident that he would be able to surpass Voldemort in strength. At that time, even if the Dark Lord were to revive, he would be able to kill him.
He's just a Death Eater. If he escapes, he escapes.
Alicia comforted him. Unlike Ivan, she did not care much for the whereabouts of a mere Death Eater. In her opinion, Peter alone would not be able to do much, and the Dark Lord had been dead for more than 10 years. He had lost all his power and was a thing of the past. Ivan shook his head to himself but did not argue. After more than a decade of peace, most people would have forgotten the urgency of war, and few would now want to believe that Lord Voldemort would soon return. Ivan, however, did not regret his actions against Voldemort. From the time he foiled Voldemort's plan to revive Lord Voldemort at the end of his first year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and abandoned the two dung bombs, the relationship between him and Lord Voldemort had been extremely bad.
By the way, Mom, what's going on in Knockturn Alley these days? Why are those people after Walker? I saw a lawman. Are they from the Wizard Market?
Ivan asked.
You were right, they were the last of the resistance in Knockturn Alley.
Alicia nodded, then proceeded to explain the situation to Ivan. Last night, she received news that Nott and several other heads of the pureblood family were planning to gather on an estate to discuss how to deal with her. After verifying the authenticity of the information, she brought a large number of people with her and prepared to launch a surprise attack on these people. The final resistance? Ivan was a little surprised by Alicia's adjective, but he didn't think too much of it.
So you're saying that the information you received was actually false, and that they were trying to lure you there, and that the real target was Walker and the others who stayed behind.
Yvonne suggested.
That's right, but it's also wrong.
Alicia sighed. The news had been released on purpose, but the pureblood family's leader was indeed in the manor. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to fool her. However, the opposition was clearly prepared, and after a fierce battle, they did not gain any advantage other than capturing a member of the Nott family. She then learned of the attack on Walker's team through her communication device and rushed there as fast as she could. As for why these people wanted to capture Walker, Alicia believed it was to find out how he was able to transform so freely without the full moon. After all, Fran and the others had shown in the previous battles. They had been able to suppress the other party, and these werewolves had contributed greatly to their victory. Ivan smiled. He knew exactly how difficult a werewolf with his wits about him could be, or he wouldn't have limited the sale of modified wolfsbane potions. Knock, knock, knock.
Come in.
Crack.
Alcia's little Ivan, I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Daggett asked as he closed the door. Alicia shook her head against her will and then said,
What happened to the prisoners? Were they willing to talk?
Those dark wizards were very straightforward. They told me everything I needed to know, and they were crying and begging to join us. It seems that Ivan scared the living daylights out of them.
Duggart said, glancing at Ivan.
Ivan, how on earth did you do that? They say that after killing 3 people, you transformed into a Dementor and charged at them, then transformed into a giant 6 or 7 meters tall.
During the interrogation, Doggett almost thought they were talking nonsense.
Is it the effect of the fear charm?
Alicia guessed. She was so curious that she had forgotten to ask.
No.
Ivan shook his head, deciding not to hide the fact that the blood magic was out in the open.
How shall I put it? I am a special animagus, capable of transfiguration at will.
Ivan left out the matter of blood magic, stating it in a more understandable manner.
Any egos?
Alicia looked at Ivan in bewilderment. She naturally knew that there was a certain level of danger involved in learning this advanced transfiguration technique. Even she had not mastered it, but Ivan had already succeeded. However, she had the impression that most wizards and witches who used the animagus transfiguration would only be able to take on the form of an animal.
So you really did turn into a Dementor and a giant.
Said Doggett. He had been under the impression that Ivan had bewitched them somehow. Ivan shook his head and sighed.
It's not that bad, it's just a prototype.
Chapter 512, Doggett, Harles's strength and scheme are unfathomable. Speechless, Doggett was quick to accept this. He had also heard of the special animagus. He heard that a certain young lady who was undergoing aura training was an extraordinary transfiguration magus who could change her appearance at will without having to learn how to do so. Although Ivan's transformation seems more special than that.
What about the not family wizard we caught from the manor, Dugat? Did he talk? The man was very stubborn and refused to say anything. I had to knock him out and use a truth potion to get him to talk.
Dugat explained with a sneer before continuing.
However, he may have some use for them. These diehards could be used to impress young Ivan.
Me, establishing dominance, Yvonne was so confused that she had no idea what Dugat was talking about.
You did a good job before, and you managed to impress them as soon as you got back, which saved us a lot of trouble.
Dugat looked at Ivan with admiration. Aside from planning how to crush the last of the resistance at Knockoff Alley, he and Alicia spent the last few days discussing how to create an opportunity for Ivan to integrate into the group. Ivan was, after all, too young to be trusted. Nobody wants to listen to a 13-year-old kid, let alone be loyal.
I've got everyone's details here. You can take a look at them first,
said Doggett. Yvonne looked at the parchment and saw that it was full of names, 37 of them. There was also a note beside the names, either in detail or in shorthand, which included Fran's name. Ivan immediately understood that these people were part of Alicia's fight against the wizarding market. Although 37 was a small number, the Auror division of the Ministry of Magic did not even have 100 members, and most of them were wizards who could not even cast the shield charm. There are no more than 3,000 registered British wizards and witches in the Ministry of Magic, and fewer than 4,000 unregistered dark wizards. This was, of course, mainly because the last wizarding war had lasted over a decade, and too many wizards had died. Some pureblood families, which had been around for hundreds and thousands of years, had only a handful of surviving members, and faced immediate extinction if their heirs died, not to mention those who were half-blood and muggle. Ivan shook his head at the thought. There were so few wizards and they were so slow to replenish the ranks. Ivan then flipped to the back of the parchment, where several other names were written, presumably those of the 4 dark wizards who had surrendered and the Death Eaters of the Knot family. To Ivan's slight surprise, there was another name written on the bottom in black ink.
Elver Grint.
Ivan said, remembering that Walker had called out for Elver before. He looked at Alicia for confirmation.
The one who died. Yes, that's him.
Asia nodded, frustrated. This was the 3rd victim in as many months. If she had not given everyone a protective ring, many more people would have died.
It says here he had a family living in Knockoff Alley.
Ivan asked, noting that Elf Grint had a mother in her 60s.
Well, the family lived in poverty in Knockoff Alley, so Elf was one of the first to join when we tried to recruit her. Any pensions?
Ivan persisted.
We usually give 100 galleons as a pension if the victim has any living relatives.
Alicia explained.
A little less.
Chapter 512 Part 2, Doggett, Harles's strength and scheme are unfathomable. From what he could gather from Lupin, handymen like Filch at Hogwarts earned 10 galleons a week, or around 40 a month. If the professor was 60 galleons a month, he would be able to get another 10 galleons a month. In the original timeline, when Dumbledore hired Dobby, he was prepared to pay Dobby the same salary as Filch, which showed that the old professor treated Dobby equally and did not treat him as an elf. However, these were all very decent jobs. They even provided food and accommodation. If it were in Diagon Alley, normal employees would only have 30 to 50 galleons a month, and they would not be able to save much money after deducting their expenses. The salary at Knockoff Alley was even lower, as they were able to hire a dozen galleons or even a few galleons. The compensation of 100 galleons was enough to last them a year. Flan and the others were a good example of this. They were happy enough to get a relatively stable 10 galleons a month job, as it meant that they could eat a few meals a day. However, it was apparently not enough to keep a mother without children alive in Knockoff Alley.
That's right, it's a bit less.
Duggart agreed and then suggested that Yvonne should pay him double or more this time. After all, one could not just be intimidating to one's subordinates. After beating them up, one had to give them some benefits to show them a solid guarantee. It came as a surprise to Doggett that Ivan was quick to realize this, as he thought he needed to be reminded. Alicia had no intention of objecting. She had deliberately not dealt with Elf in order to get Ivan to do her a favor. As the three of them chatted, there was another knock on the door. This time, it was Fran, who came to inform them that everyone was present and waiting in the council chamber.
Okay, we'll be right down.
Dugster nodded, then turned to Ivan and Alicia and whispered,
You'd better hurry up if you have anything to say, don't keep them waiting.
With that, Daggett followed Fran downstairs. After a few words of advice, Isaiah dragged Ivan away.
Mom, are you going to let me manage these people?
Ivan asked as they descended the stairs. He was no fool. The underlying meaning of the conversation between Isaiah and Daggett was clear and unambiguous, and Ivan could see that Isaiah intended to put him in charge of the 30 or so men. Yvonne, however, knew better and had no managerial experience in her previous life, other than having been a class leader in school. Ivan was overwhelmed by the sudden need to manage 36 people, most of them restless wizards.
Relax, just do what you think is best like you did before.
Alicia saw Ivan's nervousness and tried to comfort him. She didn't want to put too much pressure on Ivan if she could help it, but since her son had such thoughts, she could only give him encouragement. Alicia, however, was convinced that these small venues were nothing to Ivan.
We're going in.
Yvonne was nervous, worried that she was going to mess things up. Ivan was under even more pressure when 30 pairs of eyes turned to stare at him with surprise, suspicion, amusement, and gratitude. This was different from when he was disguised as Dumbledore, when he was dealing with young children and professors he knew well. He also knew the trickier fudge and how to deal with the Minister for Magic, but this was different. He had to deal with these strange wizards by putting himself at the level of a leader. Fortunately, his years of acting skills paid off. Ivan was nervous, but he did not show it. He walked straight to the head of the table and sat down. It's over.
Duggart, he's the Ivan Howells you were telling us about. He looks younger than you think. I'm sure you're aware that age is not an issue here, Glyzon,
said Duggett, glancing at him.
Hales's power and cunning are unfathomable.
Chapter 513, Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, arrogance is. Dugster nodded and waved his wand, lifting the restriction on the silencing charm. The young wizard looked first at Ivan, then at Alicia and spoke sarcastically.
This is ridiculous. I can't believe you let a young boy sit there. Is this how you humiliate people, Alicia? Or did you expect your men to follow your orders like dogs?
At this point, the young wizard looked around at the crowd. In his opinion, Alicia had undoubtedly made an extremely stupid decision. Perhaps this woman doted on her child too much, or perhaps she wanted to train her heir. But no matter what, letting a 13-year-old brat sit at the head of the table was a great humiliation. However, to his surprise, none of the wizards present seemed to be particularly upset about this.
Race not.
Ivan said casually, standing up and looking at him.
Yes, it's me.
The young wizard threw his head back arrogantly. He had been taught not to bow even when he was a prisoner. Ivan sneered at him, then ignored him and started walking down the steps.
Gentlemen, over the years, I've been wondering how these so-called purebloods stand out from the rest of us, and why they're sacred.
At first, I thought it was the purebloods who had the greatest gifts and the greatest power over us.
But apparently that's wrong. Lord Voldemort, who started the Wizarding War a dozen years ago, was a mix of wizard and muggle, and Albus Dumbledore, who is also known as the Great White Wizard, is not among the sacred 28.
None of the wizards present were expecting Ivan to suddenly start talking about this, and they were momentarily baffled. However, many wizards shuddered when Ivanti rose and fell. The rest of the group were shocked by Ivan's words. This was the first time they had heard that the rumored Dark Lord was actually a half-blood wizard, despite the fact that Lord Voldemort was a practitioner of pureblood ideals.
Since the strengths of purebloods have nothing to do with strength or talent, is it money or power? Oh,
Yvonne thought of Luna, George, and Neville. They were all purebloods but very nice people, and one thing about each of them was that they were generally not considered part of the elite. Top pureblood families like Malfoys and Blacks were very different, with Goyle and Crabbe acting like idiots. Therefore, Ivan did not stop talking. He continued slowly.
but I also know some people who are uncultured, overbearing, and condescending. They rely on the wealth and prestige of their ancestors, and their lives are smooth sailing without much effort. Even so, those pureblood wizards with great wealth still want to control us.
Chapter 513, Part 2. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, arrogance is. The selection of purebloods was deliberate because Yvonne had seen the list of names that Doggett had given her and knew every single one of them. None of the people standing there were members of pureblood families, which meant that disparaging purebloods would not cause much ill will. However, this was all theoretical knowledge, and Ivan was not confident that it would be of much use, so he examined the effect of the speech without looking for an edge. There were varying reactions from the 30 or so wizards present. Doggett and his friends seemed hardly moved, with only 3 or 4 of them giving his words serious thought. Ivan was not surprised. Wizards of a certain amount of wealth and learning were a difficult bunch to deal with when it came to real interests. Fury appeared on the faces of the werewolves, such as Flunn and Walker, who were at the very bottom of the wizarding chain of discrimination, and could understand Ivan's words very well. Given their abilities, they would not be living in such poverty if they had not been discriminated against in the wizarding world. It was the remaining wizards who felt the same. They were recruited by Alicia, and their magical abilities were not bad, but they were ostracized by the normal wizarding world due to their dedication to the study of the dark arts or various other factors. No one would be content with such a life if they had the chance. Ivan's words undoubtedly gave them a good outlet to blame the pureblood witches and wizards who claimed to have taken all the resources. This was Ivan's goal, to target the 6 pureblood families that controlled the wizarding market. He was not, of course, raving about the unfairness of the distribution of wealth and power in the wizarding world. The Black family, like Sirius's family, owned so much money that it had been squandered for generations, and owned so many properties that they could make a fortune just by collecting rent. The Malfoys were more power-minded and befriended many Ministry of Magic officials. Each generation of the 2 families automatically inherited a seat on one of the 12 Hogwarts school boards. The wizarding world was small, and there were only so many decent jobs available, one job at a time. It was not easy for an ordinary wizard to find a good job unless they were exceptionally talented. Some purebloods, in contrast, had the power to speak in the wizarding world, but never did anything but seek personal gain. It has been over 200 years since the Muggle Industrial Revolution. The Muggle world has changed dramatically, but the wizarding world is as stagnant as a pool of stagnant water. The most direct proof of this is that children of wizarding descent have limited knowledge of the outside world, and will not learn anything about Muggles at Hogwarts other than as an optional Muggle subject. Yvonne was amused by what she saw at Knockoff Alley, where a group of people with special powers were reduced to being unable to eat if they followed the rules of the wizarding world. He had always felt that the poverty of wizards was ultimately a matter of the ministry as a whole. Wizards were extremely rare, and each one was considered a valuable asset in Ivan's opinion. The magic they mastered could have played a much more useful role than being forced to band together and compete for limited resources. In his enthusiasm, Ivan talked freely about everything from the unfairness of the distribution of resources in the wizarding world to the various flaws of the wizarding system. These thoughts were the culmination of his years in the wizarding world, and he had nowhere to talk to them. Now was his chance. He was a Muggle in a previous life, and was well aware of the developments in Muggle technology over the next few decades. With the rise of the internet, it will become increasingly difficult for wizards and witches to hide their tracks, and the tension between the 2 sides will intensify. Now that he was a member of the wizarding community, he was naturally worried.
How was it?
The quiet of the chamber was interrupted by a burst of laughter. Ivan turned to Reese, who was laughing, and asked with interest.
Mr. Reese Knott, do you seem to have a different opinion? The nobility of a pureblood wizard is not something that you half-bloods and half-bloods should be allowed to taint.
Reese Knott had a nasty grin on his face as he looked disdainfully at the crowd. Flan and the others stared at him in fury. Had Ivan not been there, they would have used Cruciatus to make Reese Knott feel worse than death. Reese Knott did not seem to care about their stares. He looked directly at Ivan and continued arrogantly.
You're right about one thing, though. There's something very wrong with the ministry's regulations. We wouldn't have to stay in the small wizarding world if it weren't for the restrictions of the Muggle Protection Act. It would be Muggles who had to hide.
Ivan smiled but did not reply. The so-called Muggle protection law protected not only Muggles but wizards as well.
Mr. Reese Knott, I think you need to understand that sometimes weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival. Pride is.
Ivan enunciated each word carefully.
Yeah, pride.
Chapter 514, What? Is there such a thing? Why didn't I know? The look on Reese Knott's face gradually changed from triumph to horror. When he was caught by Ash and the others at the manor, he was knocked out cold and did not witness Ivan crushing the dark wizards in the alley. Therefore, seeing a 13-year-old wizard suddenly transform into a giant before him was beyond his comprehension. Reese Knott could not believe it and did not want to believe it. He roared and clawed at Ivan's arm around his neck, trying to tear the fantasy away. However, the giant's skin was so hard that even with all his strength, he could not leave a mark on it. Ivan had no intention of coddling his opponent. He tightened his grip on Reese Knott's arm and squeezed. The giant brown bear's body tensed, and its paws flailed weakly in the air. Ivan felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, and his hideous mouth opened wide, but he could only utter unintelligible sounds. Ivan's 5 fingers were like 5 iron tongs, tightening step by step, and Reese Knott felt as if his neck were going to break. Despair welled up inside him, and his brain became groggy. Just as Reese Knott thought he was going to suffocate, the hand finally let go, and he crashed to the ground, reverting to his wizard form. However, Reese Knott's arrogant expression was gone. He clutched his bruised neck with difficulty and slowly moved back, staring at the figure in front of him in shock.
This is impossible.
Ivan said. He had removed Boggart's transfiguration and was now a 13-year-old wizard again.
I told you so, didn't I, Mr. Reese Knott? Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival. Pride is.
Reese Knott was too shaken to argue. Ivan had proved the truth of these words, shattering the beliefs that had been carved into his mind, and Reese Knott was beginning to wonder if he had been taught correctly. Were purebloods really born to be superior to half-bloods and muggles? Then why wasn't the House of Hales among the Sacred 28? The other wizards present were also shocked by Ivan's use of blood magic, and although they had been able to extract information from the dark wizards, it was nothing compared to what they were witnessing. The wizards who had been suspicious of Ivan's abilities quickly put their suspicions aside. Ivan slowly approached Reese Knott, looking disappointed at the young wizard who had lost all will to fight.
Then, Mr. Reese Knott, I assume you will speak now. Say what?
Reese Knott stammered, looking confused.
You'd better be honest with me. Why on earth would the Norts target us like this?
Ivan demanded, his voice thick with anger. He hadn't had a chance to find out about the conflict between Alicia and the wizarding market, but now that he had a chance, he wanted to. What, was there such a thing? Reese Knott was stunned. He looked at Ivan, confused. He had the distinct impression that the House of Knott was forced to retaliate because Alicia had recruited a large number of people to provoke them and try to take over the wizarding market. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much money and energy on this trip.
Sir Harles.
Reese Knott quickly retorted, but he did not dare to say anything too harsh, in case he angered the harmless-looking but vicious young wizard in front of him.
Misunderstanding. You don't want to talk about it, do you?
Ivan sneered, interrupting Reese Knott. He did not expect him to be so stubborn. He had underestimated him.
It doesn't matter if you don't want to talk about it. I'm sure someone will tell me, won't they?
Ivan said, turning to look at the dark wizards kneeling nearby. The dark wizards were stunned by Ivan's words. Fortunately, there were a lot of smart people. Combined with what Ivan had said before, some people soon realized that this was a test for them. A dark wizard who had come to his senses immediately pointed a finger at Reese Knott and spoke harshly.
Sir Harles is right, there is no misunderstanding. Your foolish attempt to resist the great Harles is an unforgivable sin.
Ivan frowned. What was all this nonsense? All he wanted to know was why Alicia was having trouble with the wizarding market. Another dark wizard notices Ivan's change of expression and immediately understands that his companion's words are not what Ivan expected. It was true that the young wizard in front of him was ambitious and wanted to dominate Knockturn Alley, but he did not intend to intimidate people with brutal killing. He needed a reputation to occupy the moral high ground. Thinking of this, the dark wizard decisively revealed the dirty deeds of the Knotts in Knockturn Alley. As a pureblood family that ran the largest black market in the wizarding world, they had a wide range of businesses, including, but not limited to, smuggling magical creatures, buying and selling illegal substances, and occasionally engaging in shady activities. However, the Norts did not do any of these things themselves. Instead, they controlled their representatives remotely and hired a group of so-called enforcers to act on their behalf in Knockturn Alley. Because these pureblood families cared only about profit and rarely interfered in the management of the wizarding market, some law enforcement officers resorted to extortion and bullying in order to please or gain personal profit. Many witches and wizards complained about it, but they were unable to compete with the wizarding market due to their lack of individual strength. When the dark wizard spoke, the other three quickly remembered that Ivan wanted to take over the wizarding market in a justifiable manner, so they quickly added and even fabricated accusations.
A few people mysteriously disappear from Knockturn Alley every year. They must be working on some sort of forbidden dark magic. They're named after the regulators, and they must have wanted to be the Ministry of Magic in Knockturn Alley. What a ridiculous idea.
Chapter 515, Shut Up, This is Slander. The dark wizards railed against the Nother family for their despicable and shameless actions. Ivan was speechless. He had not expected a pureblood family to have the nerve to commit such a heinous crime.
Shut up, this is slander.
Reese Knott was shaking with anger. It would be one thing if the Nother family were to buy and sell illegal goods and smuggle all kinds of private magical creatures, but he would admit it. But they had nothing to do with the annual disappearances of wizards in Knockturn Alley. Law enforcement refers to those who maintain order in the wizarding market, not the Ministry of Magic. However, Reese Knott's one-man defense apparently did not deter the four dark wizards. In addition, the Norts themselves were not very clean, and after a few words of argument, he was so angry that his face turned red and he almost fainted. Ivan, standing to one side, quietly listened to their argument, knowing full well that neither side was necessarily telling the truth. The dark wizards try to curry favor with the nonsense they are likely to embellish, and Reese Knott, a member of the Knott family, is bound to defend the family's actions. However, Ivan did not care about this. In fact, he had no interest in the Nother family's dirty deeds. He simply wanted to know why they were making things difficult for Alicia.
I'm going to give you one last chance, Mr. Knott. Why on earth would the Knotts target me like this? Is it revenge for what happened 2 years ago?
We didn't.
Reese Knott roared. He watched as Ivan suddenly realized what was going on and felt a chill run down his spine. He gave up trying to defend himself. Reese Knott suddenly felt that his previous actions were ridiculous. The young wizard in front of him was not trying to find out the truth, but was trying to force him to hand over a confession. For example, fabricating a story about the Nother family's greed, shamelessness, and provocation, and the Nother family being forced to defend themselves. The story had to be told by him, a member of the Knott family, in order to gain everyone's trust, which was why they kept asking him the same question. In return, Reese Knott guessed that the young wizard in front of him would spare his life so that he could publicize the story and show his magnanimity. In just a few seconds, Reese Knott had figured everything out. Faced with the choice between life and death, he chose the latter without much hesitation. His pride would not allow him to sully the family name. Reese Knott threw his life on the line, summoning up the courage to curse impudently.
Don't patronize me, Hales. You sent your men to attack the wizarding market and order them to kill the enforcers. Weren't you trying to scare us into ruling the Knockoff Alley and becoming the second you-know-who, thereby taking over the wizarding community? Don't even think about it.
Reese Knott said, glaring at Ivan. Ivan was stunned. He looked at Reese Knott with a strange expression, wondering if the man's brain had been damaged by the fall. Since when did he want to control the wizarding community and become the second you-know-who? Besides, he had just returned to Knockoff Alley today. How could he possibly order his men to attack the wizard market? How could I not know if someone was sent? At the same time, Ivan didn't think Alicia would do such a thing. From what he knew of her, she wasn't that ambitious, or she wouldn't have left them in his charge. There could only be one truth. Reese Knott would rather kill himself than reveal anything about his family. Ivan shook his head to himself. He was indeed a respectable wizard.
Is that all you have to say? What a good joke.
Ivan's patience was wearing thin, and although he was impressed with Reese Knott's persistence, it didn't mean he was going to forgive him for his repeated advances. Ivan had already decided to go to Dugat or Alicia to find out what had happened. There was no need for Reese Knott to live anymore. It was not easy to restrain an animagus from escaping, but it was much safer to restrain a dead one. Ivan's gaze became more dangerous as he thought about what Doggett had told him about establishing authority. Reese Knott was acutely aware of his impending death, and his body trembled with fear, but he kept his body upright, his head held high, and his eyes fixed on Ivan. He did not say a word and was as strong as a fighter. Ivan slowly raised his left hand in front of everyone. Is this a hint? Doherty wondered, frowning, but there was too little information for even his intellect to analyze. Suspicions rose among the wizards, and their eyes turned to Ivan's raised left hand.
D died.
Chapter 516, quick, record it down. This is the organization's program of action. The sudden death of Reese Knott shocked all the wizards present. Some people even suspected that Ivan had done something to Reese Knott's body, or that he had crushed some vital organs when he transformed into a giant. However, these speculations were obviously unfounded. Everyone could see that Reese Knott was very strong and did not show any signs of being poisoned. He looked as if he had seen something terrifying when he died. So much so that some wizards believed Ivan's actions to be part of some lost ritual that extracts the soul. Doggett was equally horrified, unable to comprehend how Ivan had managed to kill Reese Knott. He'd thought he'd overestimated Ivan as much as he could, but it turned out he knew only the tip of the iceberg.
Everyone, as you have just seen, there is no lack of foolish pureblood wizards.
Everyone, as you have just seen, there is no lack of foolish pureblood wizards. They dwell on the so-called blood difference, judging a person's worth by the purity of their blood, denying our efforts and efforts, believing that half-bloods and muggles are born to serve purebloods like them.
But I think it's time to reverse those old ideas.
Even as he spoke, Ivan quietly cast a voice sound charm on himself, and his determined voice echoed through the enclosed great hall. A growing number of wizards were deep in thought as they found resonance, remembering the injustice they had been subjected to, and mustering their courage to look once more at Ivan, anticipating his next words. Ivan did not disappoint them, raising his voice another notch as he scanned the faces that were either agitated or angry.
I hope that one day all wizards will be treated fairly, whether pureblood, half-blood, child of a muggle family, or werewolf.
Chapter 516 Part 2, quick, record it down. This is the organization's program of action. Standing among the crowd, Gleason was deeply shaken. As quickly as he could, he retrieved a parchment and quill from the pocket of his wizarding robe. His wrists trembled as he scribbled on the parchment.
What are you doing?
Asked Doggett, lowering his voice and glancing strangely at the parchment, sensing that Gleason was preparing to record Ivan's words.
Didn't you notice, Doggett?
Gleason asked. Doggett looked confused, then shook his head with a sigh and said solemnly,
Herr Harles's words were clear in his mind and purpose.
Dugster was stunned for a moment, but he quickly recovered, annoyed with himself for not realizing it immediately enough to allow Gleason to get to him first. He couldn't help but regret his decision to drag Gleason into this mess so early on. Given how clever she was, he feared that he would lose his position in the future. Doggett was on his guard. He had to try harder to read Ivan's mind and not be outdone. Gleason paid no attention to Doggett. He listened to Ivan's speech as he wrote down the important points on the parchment, his quill flying across the page. After witnessing Ivan's unfathomable combat strength and far-out-of-age thinking, Gleason was thoroughly impressed. This was not a potential asset, but a giant crocodile that was about to subvert the wizarding world. He was just hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity. Grissom was a man who knew when to stop. He was not one to turn his back on the times, much less pass up a life-changing opportunity. Thus, Gleason came up with the idea of compiling Ivan's every word and action in a pamphlet to serve as a mental program for the members of the organization, and then photocopying it in large quantities so that everyone could have a copy of it to study and learn from. Just thinking about it made Gleason admire himself for his quick thinking. He felt that this proposal would definitely make a huge contribution and gain the recognition of Sir Harles. In the middle of the hall, Ivan, unaware that some of his random thoughts were about to be compiled into a book, was making his final speech, his tone becoming increasingly high-pitched.
The noble Black family, the proud Malfoy family, once fell at the feet of Lord Voldemort, and blood is but the foolish vision of the ignorant.
When Ivan finished speaking, there was a strange silence. As Ivan wondered if there was something wrong with his speech, there was a thunderous round of applause in the silent Great Hall. Many wizards shouted with excitement, and there were sounds of praise all around. Gleason was very excited at this rare sight, and the quill in her hand quickly sketched a picture. He wanted to paint this exciting scene, enchant it, and use it as the cover of the brochure. But what should be the title? The Dark Lord's Declaration of the New Century. Gleason slowly sank into thought.
Everyone, this is not the time to be happy.
Ivan's words became heavy, and although he did not know the martyred elf Glint, he was able to praise his bravery and decisiveness and anger the wizards present. And just as he had imagined, the wizards, their emotions completely roused, charged into the wizarding market, destroying the knots, returning the favor with blood.
You're both right, Elver Grint didn't die in vain. I'll make sure the Norts pay.
Ivan nodded in agreement, but then changed his tone, emphasizing that the funeral of the dead was more important. It was set for tomorrow, and he would attend in person.
Duggart.
Yvonne said, turning suddenly.
Sir Harles.
Daggett stepped out of the crowd, his expression humble and his usual casual manner quite different.
What's our pension?
Ivan asked.
Didn't you know?
Doggett was suspicious, but when he thought about it, he immediately guessed Ivan's intentions.
It's 100 galleons. That's too little. From today on, the pension will be tripled. Also, if there's a suitable job in the future, give it to Madame Grint, the mother of Elf.
Ivan announced.
3 times 300 galleons.
Daggett exclaimed in dismay, quickly refuting.
This is against the rules. Even the Ministry of Magic's aura pensions don't amount to this. And as we've been short of funds lately, isn't 300 galleons too much?
Ivan snapped at Doggett, then looked around the room again.
I don't want Elver Grint to have to worry about his family after his death. As for galleons, they'll come naturally once we take the wizarding market.
Ivan spoke earnestly, and solemnly stated that all those present were like-minded companions whose lives could not be measured in money. The wizards on either side of him were touched. Most of them were poor and had come to Knockoff Alley because they could not survive in the wizarding world. Ivan's words made them feel valued.
All right, if there's nothing else, let's call it a day.
Ivan's lips curled up slightly, but he pretended to be sad and waved the meeting off.
How did I do, Mom? Was it okay?
Ivan asked, turning his attention to Alicia.
I didn't expect this.
Chapter 517. Ivan, what? I'm so ambitious that I want to do something big. Isaiah had an odd expression on his face. Did Hogwarts teach such things on a daily basis, or was his child a natural leader? Doggett reflected on this. Originally, he had thought that this meeting was just to make Ivan look familiar and to train him. He had even been prepared for Ivan to screw up. After all, this was the first time any of the 30 or so wizards present, with the exception of Flan and 7 other werewolves, had met Ivan. The dozen or so friends he brought with him were all very shrewd and difficult to deal with. It was almost impossible for a 13-year-old wizard to gain their approval in a short period of time. Ivan, however, did it. In this short gathering of less than an hour, he won over everyone present with his strength, incomparable potential, and great ambition and determination. Even he, after listening to Ivan's speech, had the urge to follow the boy and make a name for himself, let alone the uninformed audience. Yvonne, who had been complimented by Duggart and Alicia, smiled. He had not read so many books in his previous life for nothing. His theoretical knowledge was very rich, but he had not been able to find the room to perform. Of course, theory was theory, and his combat experience was basically zero. Ivan's legs went weak when he tried to fool the wizards in the meeting room. If it weren't for his superb acting skills, he would have given himself away.
By the way, I keep forgetting to introduce you to.
Yvonne snapped her fingers as she remembered something she hadn't mentioned. The crisp sound echoed through the meeting room, startling Doggett, who had not forgotten that Ivan had just killed Reese not with a snap of his fingers. Fortunately, the snap did not seem to work this time. Instead, a small, wrinkled house elf appeared in front of them.
Sir.
Winking, Dobby bowed to Ivan, then turned to Alicia and greeted her nervously.
Hello, Mrs. Harles. It is.
Alicia glanced curiously at Dobby, then back at Ivan. When she saw the house elf in the alley, she wanted to ask about it, but there were too many people around, so she was held up.
It's called Dobby, and it was originally a house elf for the Malfoys, but it's free now.
Ivan began, telling Alicia about the events of the school year. Due to Doggett's presence and his desire not to worry Alicia too much, Ivan left out the part about the basilisk and Slytherin's chamber, instead mentioning that Lucius Malfoy had sold him a dangerous diary during the summer holidays of his first year. It was also a very special dark arts prop, one that had its own ideas, and took the opportunity to take control of the new defense against the dark arts professor in an attempt to
Cleanse.
Hogwarts of Muggle blood.
Lucius Malfoy, how dare he set you up like this?
At this, Alicia was furious. She was skilled in the alchemical way, and even though she did not know much about Horcruxes, she understood the power of a thoughtful dark magic object. With this thought in mind, Alicia couldn't help but feel a little scared. She complained.
Why didn't you mention something so dangerous to me before? What if something goes wrong?
I knew there was something wrong with it, and I wanted to study it.
Ivan explained sheepishly, then pretended to be relaxed and said that he had destroyed it.
So you wanted me to teach you how to cast the fire-wielding charm in order to destroy it?
Asked Ija, suddenly remembering how Ivan had asked her to teach him how to cast the spell.
That's right, I tried a lot of things, but I couldn't do any harm to it, so I thought of the fire incantula.
Ivan nodded. It was because of his level 5 occlumency and the fire ring that he had dared to hold a Horcrux for so long. Although he nearly fell over in the end, the benefits were obvious. During that school year, his magic advanced by leaps and bounds, and he was able to find a way to fuse many different bloodlines. Other factors aside, Yvonne had to admit that Tom was a wonderful teacher, the kind that could be carried around.
All right, Alicia, I think little Ivan has his own ideas. Hasn't he always handled things well?
Chapter 517, Part 2, Ivan, what? I'm so ambitious that I want to do something big.
After I destroyed the diary, I set up a trap and put a glove in the diary to give back to Lucius. He threw the damaged diary to Dobby just as I thought he would.
Ivan added. Alicia and Doggett understood at once. A house elf is a wizard's slave, and the only way to gain freedom is to receive clothing from their master. However, this was considered a disgrace to normal house elves, as being disowned by their masters meant that they had lost their purpose. However, the house elf in front of him was clearly a freak, and Dobby said proudly.
Yes, the great Lord Hales freed Dobby and made him a free house elf.
Dobby became more and more agitated, especially when he mentioned Ivan's willingness to hire him for a silver sickle a week, his bulb-sized eyes filled with tears of gratitude, his nose twitching.
Dobby, from now on, don't mention hiring without my permission.
He had gone to great lengths to project the image of caring subordinates in front of the wizards, and Ivan didn't want that ruined.
Dobby understood that Sir must not want people to know how kind he was to a house elf.
Dobby sobbed. Ivan was speechless at Dobby's peculiar way of thinking. He shook his head and said nothing more. He turned to Alicia and asked if Dobby could stay at home in the future. Alicia had no objections. She had been so busy with the wizarding market that she hadn't had much time for housework, and Dobby's presence made up for it. Doggett frowned, suspicious of Dobby's loyalty. A house elf who betrayed its master was not very pleasant. However, when he thought about how Ivan managed to fool so many wizards within an hour, and how he was able to handle a house elf, he was relieved. After persuading Alicia to accept Dobby, Ivan asked the couple about what had happened in Knockturn Alley over the past few months, and how they had come to be at odds with the wizarding market.
After you left, Alicia and I decided we needed to sort out Knockturn Alley before you got back, and it was one of the few things we could do for you,
Said Doggett, proudly describing the results of the past few months to Ivan. They managed to gather enough men to get rid of some of the more recalcitrant ones, although they didn't bother with a large number of regular wizards, as they were easy to deal with and would automatically attach themselves to the winning team.
At first, I wanted to convince the Knott family to join us, and I didn't want to make things difficult for him if he knew what was good for him. However, that old man didn't know what was good for him and threw out the people I sent.
Duggett sneered. He had given the man a chance, but he didn't appreciate it.
Wait a minute, Dean Duggett.
Yvonne interrupted, confused.
That's a nice way of putting it.
Said Doggett, brightening. Why hadn't he thought of using that as a reason? It was not too late to remedy the situation, and Doggett immediately stated that he had not thought things through and failed to notice the effects of public opinion. However, Isaiah seemed to notice something amiss and reminded Ivan that in order to achieve his greater ambition, he could do things without having to think about whether they were righteous or not. Ivan was lost in their conversation. What? That I had bigger dreams and wanted to do great things. Why didn't I know?
Who did you hear this from?
Ivan asked, suspecting that Alicia might have misunderstood.
From Burke, of course. If he hadn't told me about your arrangements, I'm afraid I'd still be in the dark.
Alicia sighed with emotion, then glared at Ivan unhappily.
You should never have told Burke about such a secret plan. It would have been terrible if he had.
But all I did was talk to him about alchemy and ask him for advice on how to set up a secret door in a magical prop.
Yvonne was completely baffled. Were the two things connected?
That's why I always said the old boy was clever. He guessed that you were going to use the technique of setting up the secret door on the protective ring you sold to the Aurors, so that you could get rid of the Ministry's greatest force at the right time.
Doggett explained. Doggett still hated Burke when he mentioned him, as he still remembered the old man blowing up his house. Ivan was stunned as he tried to recall the conversation he had with Burke. Maybe.
Isha and I did not expect you to have devised such a meticulous plan.
Yes, well, when Burke told me about it, I thought he was mistaken.
Chapter 518, Ivan, what a surprise. Ivan was worried that his explanation would lead to another strange image. Thinking of this, Ivan looked at the two of them and said helplessly,
Why didn't you discuss this with me before doing this?
Well, you were due back at Hogwarts at the time, weren't you? Alicia didn't think she should be bothering you, so we decided to give you a surprise when you got back.
Sir.
Ivan's mouth twitched in what he thought was shock.
What's wrong?
Alicia asked, seeing Ivan's troubled expression.
No, it's nothing. I was just a little surprised.
Ivan forced a smile, then looked at the expectant gazes of Alicia and Duggett and continued.
This is wonderful.
That's the least we can do for you.
Alicia smiled, and then told Ivan that she had originally planned to sort out Knockturn Alley before he returned, but she had not expected the wizarding market to be more difficult than she had first thought.
So if I'd come back any later, you'd all have finished fighting.
Ivan was speechless. After trying to find out more from Alicia, he said that he had been through too much today and wanted to go back and be alone.
Rest well then,
Said Alicia, noting Ivan's tired face and feeling sorry for him.
don't put too much pressure on yourself, you're young.
Yvonne opened her mouth to protest, but decided against it. She left the council hall with a headache and returned to her room at the wizarding shop. Ivan's face darkened as soon as the door closed behind him. A sudden thought struck him, and he instinctively opened the system's taskbar. Mission: become the king of Knockturn Alley. Objective: unify Knockturn Alley, Second Ring Road. Task progress: 71%. Task reward: Fidelius Charm. Task description:
71%.
Yvonne gasped when she saw the progress bar. Why the sudden increase? If he remembered correctly, the mission progress at Black House at noon was only 45%. Was it because of the earlier intimidation and speech? Or was it because he dealt with the enforcers and 7 dark wizards sent by the opposition to kill Walker, and even managed to convince 4 of them to surrender, causing the scales to tip again in his favor? Ivan felt that it should be both. 8 well-trained wizards alone would be quite a force in Knockturn Alley, enough to change the power balance of a battle. Not to mention that the Knott family had lost one of their core members, Reese Knott. The thought of it drove Ivan mad. This was not because of the murder. Ivan knew very well that since the two sides were already enemies and the conflict had escalated to the point of no return, he would not show mercy no matter what the cause was. After all, the price of imprisoning an animagus was too high, and Reese Knott refused to surrender, so death was the only place he belonged. What really drove Ivan mad was the fact that he had previously assumed that the Norts were trying to get back at him, so much so that Alicia had no choice but to organize a passive counterattack. No one present actually said anything to remind him.
No, I have to figure out what's going on from the beginning to the end.
Ivan quickly pushed all these thoughts to the back of his mind, thinking about what he had just heard from Alicia and Dugat. At first, Burke must have been under the impression that he was ambitious and wanted to get rid of the Aurors so that he could take over the British wizarding community. It was only after Asia learned everything Burke could imagine that she decided she was not cautious enough to let Burke in on her secret plan. This was probably the cause of Burke's death. He knew too much.
I shouldn't have spared Burke's life.
Chapter 518 Part 2, Ivan, What a Surprise. Ivan suddenly remembered that the old professor had been ambushed by Voldemort's Horcruxes and did not seem to have long to live. So the biggest obstacle is actually non-existent, and I can become Minister for Magic. Ivan gasped, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, as all kinds of emotions rushed into his mind.
Sir, over here, please.
Ivan had just reached the lobby when he heard Dobby's voice. He looked up and saw that the house elf had very gallantly pulled out the chair next to the table, and that Alicia and Dugat had already sat down and were waiting for him.
Did you not sleep well last night?
Alicia asked with concern when she noticed Ivan looking sleepy.
Well, I was thinking about something.
Ivan yawned and sat down where he had been pulled away. Dobby duly brought a large breakfast to the table in front of Yvonne, and then busied himself with the cleaning rags, looking very energetic and ready to clean the room again. Ivan glanced at it, understanding that Dobby was trying to impress Alicia, and smiled at her.
What do you think of Dobby, Mom? Is he any good? Of course I'm very pleased.
Acacia was generous with her praise, but she was not used to such a life. This morning when she woke up to cook, Dobby stopped her. The house elf refused to let her do any of the chores, and was always so agitated if she hadn't stopped Dobby from banging his head against the wall.
Competent.
So she let him be.
Now that you have a house elf, you're a wizarding family with a bit of history,
Said Doggett after Dobby had left the hall. Despite the fact that house elves were considered lowly by wizards and were no different from slaves, they were extremely loyal, proficient in all life skills, and no less skilled in magic than an adult wizard. Normally, only a powerful pureblood family could have a house elf as a slave.
Dobby and I were only hired men. If he ever wanted true freedom, I wouldn't force him to stay. Besides, the way to judge a family's heritage is through the knowledge they have.
Such an easy life was too rotten, easily sapping one's fighting spirit.
By the way, I forgot to ask you yesterday, do you hate pureblood wizards? No,
Ivan said, shaking his head.
I don't think there's any difference between a pureblood, half-blood, and a muggle family.
He was not blindly anti-pureblood, nor was he as radical as Lord Voldemort in his belief that certain wizards he despised should die. According to Ivan's knowledge, some pureblood families were no different from ordinary wizards in that they made their money through craft and skill. The Lovegood family, such as Luna's, earned their living expenses by running newspapers, and even had trouble with newspaper sales.
That's good,
Said Doggett, relieved. He could understand Ivan's message, of course. Ivan was not against pure blood, but privilege. This meant that some pureblood families were still friends, not enemies.
Why do you ask, Dean Duguid?
Having seen Burke's imagination, Ivan learned the hard way that one should always try to get to the bottom of things, so as not to get screwed over.
I should have told you before that the wizarding market is controlled by 6 pureblood families. The Knot family is the most powerful, but it's only one of them.
Doggett explained to Ivan. He wanted to persuade a pureblood family to act as a spy so that their attack on the wizarding market would go much more smoothly.
Are you sure it will work?
Yvonne frowned.
Of course, you don't know the purebloods. To put it bluntly, they're no better than fence-sitters. They tried to fight back because they had the advantage of numbers, but things are different now.
Sneered Doggett.
So which family are you going to lobby?
Ivan asked.
The House of Rosier. I had previously spoken to the head of the house in an attempt to persuade him to join us in the rebellion. It was a failure, but the elder Rosier hesitated for a moment before replying, and if he had realized that he had no chance of victory, he would have surrendered before anyone else.
Daggett explained. There was such a thing as a double cross. Yvonne looked at Doggett in surprise, and when he confirmed it, she continued.
How long will it take you to talk him down? How confident are you?
I'm 80% sure you'll be able to meet him in 2 days at the most.
Said Doggett confidently. The wizarding market had lost 9 wizards in one fell swoop, and the balance of power had been thrown completely out of balance. He was confident he could convince the man.
Good, then I'll meet him.
Chapter 519, What? I have might comparable to the Dark Lord. Ivan slowly scanned the room, unhappy with the efficiency. He had used a communication magic tool to alert everyone at once. The arriving wizards looked nonplussed under Ivan's gaze, not quite sure where they had offended him.
10 minutes.
Ivan looked at the clock in the room again, then turned to the crowd and said,
It took me 10 minutes from the moment I gave the signal.
Ivan's words were sharp, and the wizards he stared at looked down in fear, unable to meet his gaze. The memory of Ivan killing someone with a flick of his finger was still fresh in their minds, so no matter how much Ivan scolded them, they did not dare to retort.
Who's the last to arrive?
Ivan demanded, his face expressionless.
It's
A 30-year-old wizard stammered as he stepped out of the bathroom.
to the bathroom, that's a good reason.
Ivan sneered, but he didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he turned his attention to the witch who was the second last to arrive.
And you, Grace.
The witch said, embarrassed.
I hate it when people lie.
Yvonne glanced at her, acutely aware of the amount of dirt on her wizarding robes, which didn't look like new clothes. When Ivan caught her in the act of lying and glared at her coldly, Grace's face turned white and she fell to her knees, prostrating herself and begging Ivan to spare her life. After witnessing Ivan distort the truth and force Reese not to confess, and kill her in a bizarre fashion, the seed of fear had taken root in Grace's heart. Yvonne was taken aback by Grace's reaction. She had only wanted to give her a bit of a knock on the head so that she could show the wizards the importance of discipline. Am I that scary? Ivan was frustrated, but then he decided it must be because of her poor mental fortitude. He thought all the wizards in Knockoff Alley were ruthless, but it seemed he was wrong. Ivan shook his head to himself and gave up on the idea of punishing them on the spot. However, he kept a straight face and looked around at the crowd with a sharp gaze.
And you, what other reason is there? I thought you were supposed to meet us here this afternoon.
None of the wizards dared to reply, so they simply accepted Ivan's reprimand. Some of them even complained that Ivan was making a mountain out of a molehill. Ivan had been keeping an eye on their faces, so he could easily guess what they were thinking.
I hope you have not forgotten that we are in a life-and-death struggle and are in constant danger.
10 minutes, Ivan looked at the clock in the room again, then turned to the crowd and said, "It took me 10 minutes from the moment I gave the signal."
Grace Joseph.
Ivan looked at the last two people to arrive and asked,
If you were attacked by a team of wizards sent by the Norts, when do you think backup should arrive?
"Naturally, the sooner the better, not a second to lose." Grace thought about this but didn't say it out loud, as she understood that Yvonne wasn't asking about this, but rather asking her to give a time limit for the meeting.
1 minute.
Grace said, gritting her teeth as she calculated. She felt that even if she was in the bathroom or taking a shower, a minute would be more than enough for her to deal with the situation.
30 seconds.
Yosef was more vicious than Grace, cutting the time in half to get away with it.
Very good, then we'll do as you say. 1 minute is usually the limit, and 30 seconds is all it takes to get an emergency notice. Next time I'll start the clock, and there will be severe punishments for latecomers, no exceptions and no reason.
Chapter 519 Part 2, What? I have might comparable to the Dark Lord. All of the wizards present were glaring at Grace and Joseph, silently complaining about why they had not said anything for longer. What if they had received instructions late at night and fallen into a deep sleep? Otherwise, it would take more than 30 seconds to wash up and get dressed. Joseph and Grace didn't care about the looks they were getting. They were glad that Ivan had been so kind as to let them go. In fact, they had been prepared to take a heart-rending shot. Ivan observed the reactions of the assembled wizards and was disappointed to find that they were simply too undisciplined and undisciplined. However, this was not the time to think about it. After a round of reprimands, Ivan told Flan to take Elf's coffin and go to the graveyard with her. Yvonne went to the headstone and said the prayer she had memorized herself in honor of Elf Grint. Part of it was for show, and part of it was genuine. Although he had no previous dealings with the victim, Elver Grint was one of Isha's titular recruits and had lost his life in the process, and Ivan was not one to take it lightly. During this time, Ivan also met with Elf's mother, Madame Grint. The white-haired witch's eyes were filled with tears and she looked miserable. Her husband and daughter had died in the last wizarding war and she had lost her last child. Ivan sighed, feeling strangely frustrated, but understanding that such a thing could not be avoided. Which of the wizards who lived in Knockoff Alley had a happy family? Ivan took the purse full of galleons and approached the witch, speaking apologetically.
Mrs. Grint, I'm sorry we were too late to save your son. He was very brave, fighting to the very end, a true hero. Also, here's 300 galleons, please accept it.
Ivan handed over the bag of galleons, prepared to be scolded. It is normal for a mother to be angry at the loss of her child. However, none of this happened, and Mrs. Grint accepted the bag from Ivan with a sob of thanks. She knew very well that her child's job was to trade their life for money, and that the least valuable thing in Knockoff Alley was human life. Ivan had been kind enough to give Elf a funeral and 300 galleons in compensation after his death. If it had been any other employer, Elf would most likely have ended up dead in the wilderness.
Old Rosier has agreed to meet you.
So soon.
Yvonne was surprised. He remembered that Doggett had mentioned it to him only that morning. He had thought it would take a few days.
Heh, I just mentioned it to him, and he got scared out of his wits.
Sneered Doggett. Yvonne glanced at him, curious as to what Gert had told him to make the old Rosier so frightened. However, considering that keeping him waiting for too long might lead to trouble, Ivan did not ask any further questions and used apparition to head to the agreed location with Doggart. Anyway, we'll find out when we meet.
Come out, Mr. Rosier. Hiding is beneath your pureblood family, isn't it?
Yvonne looked around the room. There was no one in sight, but he was fairly certain she was still there. Ivan's words echoed across the empty rooftop, for 10 seconds before another voice spoke.
Forgive my lack of manners, Sir Harles, but I am, after all, here alone, and I must be careful.
A middle-aged wizard in his mid-50s appeared out of thin air. He wore an apologetic expression and was accompanied by a house elf. Ivan frowned. Of course, he understood that the other party must have been hiding in the shadows to check the situation. If there were too many people on his side, or if they sensed that something was wrong, they would have fled. It was just as Dugat had said, cowardly.
You are younger than I thought, Sir Harles. If I hadn't heard it from Doggett, I would never have believed you possessed the power of a Dark Lord at your age.
Despite all the information he had gleaned from Doggett, he still found Ivan's young face hard to believe. A young wizard, at most 13 or 14 years old, should still be attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Even if he had been practicing magic since the moment of the magic explosion, he could not have been practicing magic for more than 10 years. Was such a brat really so powerful that he could rival the Dark Lord? Rosier wondered if Doggett was just being mysterious. I have the power of Lord Voldemort? Yvonne gave Doggett a sideways look, wondering if she should get someone else to do this sort of diplomacy next time, or there would be even more outrageous rumors in Knockoff Alley. Doggett, on the other hand, was unfazed. It was only natural to boast about one's abilities when dealing with pressure. He also believed that even Lord Voldemort would not be capable of something as bizarre as a snap of the finger, so he was not lying.
I understand you have an important piece of information for me, according to Doggett, but you will only reveal it when you see me. Yes, Sir Harles, the House of Rosier is willing to pledge allegiance to you.
The elder Rosier's back was slightly hunched, making him seem very humble, not at all like a pureblood wizard.
Tell me about it.
Ivan raised his eyebrows. He was not surprised. His side did have the advantage, but the other side was not without the ability to resist. It would not do to convince old Rosier to betray the old camp without paying a price.
First, I would like your permission to retain the Rosier family's share of the wizarding market.
Rosier Sr. suggested.
Of course.
Ivan agreed without hesitation. Some preferential treatment was necessary for the first pureblood family to defect. The Rosier family did not have a large share of the wizarding market, nor did it have much of an impact. If they were stripped of that, no pureblood family would be willing to surrender in the future. Upon Ivan's agreement, Rosier was relieved to learn that his primary concern was the welfare of his family, as long as that kept everything else.
What's the second condition?
Ivan asked bluntly, not in the mood to waste time.
The second condition.
Rosier hesitated for a long time, as if he was trying to decide if he should say it. In the end, he gritted his teeth and tried to speak.
You may not know this, but I have been obsessed with powerful magic since I was a child. 15 years ago, I was fortunate enough to witness the Dark Lord single-handedly taking on dozens of Aurors. The power of his magic was extraordinary, and I can never forget it.
Chapter 520, Subduing the Rosier Family. Ivan looked at old Rosier with amusement, knowing exactly what he was planning. The supposed obsession with powerful magic was just an excuse. The other party's real intention was probably to test their own strength. It was clear that Doggett had bragged about it before, and Rosier Sr. doubted it.
Sir Harles, I know that my request is very sudden, so as an apology, I'm willing to offer you some compensation.
The old Rosier was still humble as he glanced at the house elf beside him. At his signal, the house elf pulled out a heavy bag and approached Ivan. The bag shook and made a metallic noise, indicating that it contained gold galleons. Rosier Sr. looked apologetic, but his eyes were fixed on Ivan, watching his every move. He asked Ivan to show off his magic because he wanted to see for himself how strong this young wizard was. After all, he was not a fool who would be fooled by a few words from Doggett. Furthermore, he had been watching the actions of Duggart and the others for the past few months. He guessed that the other party's goal was not just to control the wizarding market, but also to plot something bigger. Once the other side's goal of rectifying Knockoff Alley was achieved, there was no way the ministry would sit idly by, so confirmation of Ivan's strength became very important. If Doggett hadn't lied to him, and Ivan was indeed as strong as the Dark Lord, Then the wizarding world would have had a major reshuffling, and the House of Rosier would have profited from it as one of the first senior members to join the Dark Lord. If Ivan was not as powerful as Dugat had said and was just a talented young wizard, he would not be so kind. Even if he lost the wizarding market, it would be better than losing his life. Of course, this test was not without risk, and it was highly likely to anger the young wizard in front of him.
Mr. Rosier, I think you may have forgotten that not everything can be measured in monetary terms.
Ivan's face hardened, and he wondered if the man had lost his mind, or did he really think money would solve everything? Have the guts to try it out on Lord Voldemort? Use a small amount of money to get the Dark Lord to perform a spell on you.
I'll rip your head off.
From this, he was certain that old Rosier had never met Lord Voldemort, or he would not have said such a stupid thing. Ivan is not as brutal, nor does he care about the use of high-level magic as a deterrent, but he understands that he must take the initiative, rather than do as he is told.
Disillusionment.
Chapter 521, Subduing the Rosier Family 2 in 1000. He looked down in a daze and was horrified to find that his wand had been cut in half. The cut was smooth, as if it had been cut by a sharp blade and carefully polished. Craig!
Stop it, you idiot.
Rosier Sr. screamed, his eyes bulging. His wand had just been cut off by Ivan, which meant that he had lost all ability to fight back. If the house elf he had brought accidentally injured the young wizard in front of him, he would be dead. There was no possibility of escape. However, the old Rosier was clearly too slow. The house elf had already reached out his hand, and a blinding beam of light shot out from his fingers, heading straight for Ivan. Ivan's expression did not change as he instantly activated the protective ring on his right hand. Without any movement, the spell beam returned the way it came and sent the house elf flying. Before Ivan could continue his punishment, the old Rosier lunged forward and grabbed the house elf by the neck.
You lowly half-breed, who gave you the nerve to attack Sir Harris?
The old Rosier's face was ferocious, and he did not hold back at all, trying to strangle the house elf to calm Ivan's anger. Without his wand, he could only resort to this primitive method. Despite his age and infirmity, Rosier was strong, and the house elf, who had been rebounded by his charm, was now being strangled, his face purple and his bulb-sized eyes bulging. The ugly, wrinkled face was blank and confused. The house elf obviously did not understand what it had done wrong. It acted on the orders of old Rosier, who had ordered it to attack the enemy in times of crisis to buy time for its master to escape. Rosier Sr. had apparently forgotten all about his original instructions, or perhaps he simply didn't want to think about it and blamed the house elf. Just as the house elf was about to die, Ivan spoke again.
Stop it, what a clumsy trick.
The elder Rosier's hands trembled, and he released the unconscious house elf, afraid to disobey Ivan's orders. Then, afraid to stand up, he crawled on his knees to Ivan and begged him.
Sir Harles, please give me a chance. I would give anything to have you understand.
Ivan asked, interrupting old Rosier, who was not easy to control. If that information was useless, there would be no need for old Rosier to live.
There will be a secret meeting tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the Wizarding Market, in the Chamber of Secrets. All of us will be there, because the Chamber of Secrets has been enchanted with anti-disillusionment magic. As long as you can seal off the entrance, no one will be able to escape.
Are you sure?
Yvonne raised her eyebrows. If so, it was good information. The fact that wizards could disapparate gave him a headache, as it meant that they were difficult to capture, and even if he managed to locate them, they would probably be gone before he could get inside. It was not impossible to force their way into the wizarding market and occupy it, but it might cause some damage, and it might cause trouble in the future if the members of the pureblood families were not completely dealt with.
Tell me.
Ivan asked. Though Rosier Sr. seemed too frightened to lie, Ivan had to be cautious. What if this was a trap? No matter how unlikely, he had to guard against it.
This meeting was proposed by the Norts, and we've lost more men in the last 2 days than we expected, so this time the old Norts want to get us all together to work out a strategy.
The location was chosen to be in the Wizarding Market's underground Chamber of Secrets because it was secure enough, heavily protected, and protected by anti-apparition magic. In the face of Ivan's questioning, Rosier didn't dare to hide anything. He spilled everything he knew and even took out a map from his pocket with a trembling hand and handed it over.
This is a map of the Chamber of Secrets, which was funded by several of our families. All the secret passages and entrances are depicted on it.
Rosier Sr. added. Ivan examined the map and saw that the Chamber of Secrets was quite large. The common room, meeting room, and living quarters were well stocked with passes, making it look like a small fortress. No wonder the meeting was held there. It would not have been easy to take the city without the traitor Rosier himself, and it would have been even more impossible to capture all of them at once.
Very good, very good. I can feel your sincerity.
Chapter 522, What kind of magic is this?
Let's go.
Ivan said, casting a final glance at the fallen galleon before disappearing with Doggett. Some time after Ivan's departure, the elder Rosier raised his head apprehensively, looked around, breathed a slow sigh of relief, and made to stand up. However, when he got up, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist.
Yes.
He grimaced as he looked down and saw that there was a small cut on the side of the wizard's robe that was bleeding profusely. Due to his fear and anger, he did not notice it at all. Now that he had relaxed and pulled the wound, the stinging pain returned. Holding his wound and enduring the pain, the old Rosier walked up to the house elf and kicked him.
Are you dead, Ral? If not, get up.
The old Rosier kicked the sleepy house elf hard enough to wake him up and order him to treat his wounds. The poor slave was almost killed, but he did not dare to complain. Trembling, he put his hand against the old Rosier's wound and began to perform magic. However, when his finger brushed across the wound, it had no effect.
Are you toying with me?
Rosier Sr. glared at it, his pent-up anger threatening to explode. Shaking her head in horror, the house elf tried to explain.
Master Rel.
Old Rosier stared at it for a while, and when he saw the fear in Lars's eyes and the tears running down his face, he believed that Lars would not have the courage to lie to him. He took another look at the bleeding wound and thought better of it. He turned his attention to the gold galleons scattered across the floor.
Lar, I command you to restore the golden galleon with the repair charm.
Rosier Sr. ventured. Not daring to disobey his master's command, the house elf sobbed and reached out with his right index finger again, and a white light appeared on the tip of his finger. The damaged galleon on the ground seemed to have been wrapped in some mysterious force, and it slowly floated up and came together. Curiously, however, the cracks in the middle did not heal, and when the magic faded, they fell to the ground and broke in half.
I'm sorry.
The house elf said in a trembling voice. Then, like all the other elves who had done something wrong, she picked up a small wooden stick from the ground and hit herself over the head as punishment for her incompetence.
Bad Lars.
The house elf screamed as he fought. Rosier simply ignored it, squatted down, and picked up one of the halves of the galleons.
What kind of magic is this?
Rosier muttered to himself as his face fell, and a chill ran down his spine. The magic that Ivan had just cast seemed to be more terrifying than he had imagined. Not only was it wide and penetrative, but it also had an inexplicable barrier that could prevent wounds from healing. This meant that if one was injured by such a spell and did not have the appropriate antidote, the wound would never heal. Even if one did not die on the spot, they would bleed to death in the next few days.
Looks like not everyone likes money. I'll have to try something else next time.
Rosier sighed as he dragged the house elf, Ral, away. Meanwhile, Doggett, back at the dark arts shop, looks at Ivan with admiration.
You did good back there. I'm sure the old thing will behave himself after that.
Chapter 522, Part 2, What kind of magic is this? That was 500 galleons.
Old Rosier's information should be accurate. When do you plan to attack the wizarding market? Do you need me to inform Fran and the others about this now?
No, don't. The fewer people who know about this, the better.
Yvonne shook her head, dismissing Douget's suggestion. Although he had been intimidating and kind to the 30 or so wizards for the past 2 days, he had only been in contact with them for a short period of time. There was no guarantee that there would not be a spy among them. Therefore, he thought that it would be enough for just the 3 of them to know, as they would need to block the entrance and secret passage in 3 teams tomorrow. As for the other members, it would not be too late to give them 10 minutes to explain before the battle.
Is that so?
It didn't take Dugat long to figure out what he meant. It was better to be safe than sorry. Ivan asked Dugat to call for Alicia, and she gave him a map of the Chamber of Secrets. After she explained what had happened, the 3 of them discussed how to attack the wizarding market the next day, as well as their areas of responsibility. Now that the opportunity has presented itself, no one wants it to go to waste by making a mistake that can be avoided.
Not bad, you came at the right time today.
Ivan said with satisfaction as he looked around. He thought that basic training like this would require several sessions to teach these wizards the importance of punctuality, but they were more obedient than he had expected. The assembled wizards were secretly relieved to hear this. They did not want to try Ivan's idea of harsh punishment, so they slept in their uniforms for the next few days so that they could arrive as soon as they were notified.
Sir Harles, is there something urgent that you summoned us with an emergency order?
Fren asked. Ivan nodded and spoke.
I have received information that at 3 o'clock this afternoon, the Nother family will hold a meeting in the Chamber of Secrets in the Wizarding Market, in which the heads of the pureblood families will be present. Your task will be to capture or kill all of them.
Flan and the others were amazed and wondered where Ivan got his information on such an important matter. It was almost impossible for something like a secret meeting to get out. They were more worried about the Norts deliberately releasing this information, as the Wizarding Market had a secret underground chamber that they had attacked before.
The Rosier family, one of the 6 purebloods, has defected to us, handed over the map, and made a magical pact. There is no possibility of failure this time.
Ivan could see their concern and threw out another piece of information. At this point, he had nothing to hide. Even if there were spies among the wizards present, they would not have the opportunity to report it under everyone's supervision. And there was another meaning to saying it now: to prevent collateral damage and to prevent old Rosier's unfortunate demise at the hands of his own people.
The Rosier family has surrendered.
When Joseph, Grace, and the others heard the news, they could not believe it. The battle had not even begun, but one of the other party's leaders had surrendered and become one of them. Wouldn't they win? With Ivan's nod of confirmation, the crowd's morale soared, and they clamored to storm the Wizarding Market and capture Old Nort.
If you need to split up and search for a target, no fewer than 3 people per group, and you need to make sure you're in each other's backs, understood?
Ivan said emphatically. All the wizards present nodded, touched by the gesture. Although the young wizard in front of him was brutal and harsh, he was still very concerned about their lives, as evidenced by the fact that he raised his pension yesterday and held the funeral himself. After arranging everything and saying everything that needed to be said, Ivan did not hesitate any longer. He split the wizards into 3 teams and sent them to the entrances and exits of the wizard market. Upon receiving the order, the wizards all used apparition, and one by one, they disappeared as they had come. Ivan was the last to move his wand, and in a flash of light, he landed on a raised platform, along with the 13 wizards and witches who had been guarding the other 2 exits.
Sir Harles, the Wizarding Market is just ahead, and their Chamber of Secrets is built underground.
Flan pointed ahead. Ivan turned to look, somewhat wistfully. He and Doggett visited the Wizarding Market 2 years ago, when it was as busy as a large market. However, the place had changed. It was very deserted and there were not many people around. Only 4 law enforcers were still on duty at the entrance.
We'll move in at 10 minutes past 3.
Ivan called out as he pulled a stopwatch out of his wizard's robes and checked the time. It was already 2:50, and considering the possibility of tardiness, he had delayed his move. Flan and the others were also clutching their wands, ready to act at a moment's notice. The wait was not too long, and Ivan saw a well-dressed middle-aged wizard enter the Wizarding Market with his men. This undoubtedly supported the claims of the elder Rosier. Ivan waited for a while longer, and when he was sure that no one would return for a while, he pointed his wand at the enforcers from the Wizarding Market.
Confrenjo, boom.
Chapter 523, Alliance, It Doesn't Exist. The fierce flames and powerful magical fluctuations instantly attracted the attention of the enforcers. Seeing the fireball, which had expanded to over 2 meters tall, rushing towards them, the 4 enforcers panicked.
Enemy attack.
Fortunately, the many years of training came into play at this moment. Soon, someone reacted and let out a shrill cry. The others hurriedly waved their wands and pointed at the incoming fireball, creating protective barriers.
Impediment jinx. Pratigo's armor protecting.
In the next instant, the fireball slammed into the barrier, but only resisted for a moment before it was crushed. The orange fireball disintegrated, and endless light and heat spread in all directions. The 2 enforcers in front of him were sent flying, crashing heavily into a pillar behind them. The shield charm that had been placed on them shattered. One of the enforcers spat out a mouthful of blood. Since the shield charm had saved him, he was fine. However, the other law enforcer nearby was not so lucky. Unable to cast a protective spell in time, he was blasted into a bloody mess and died. There was no time for the surviving enforcers to celebrate, as they all knew that the danger was not over yet. Before the smoke from the explosion had completely dispersed, a dozen magical beams of various colors burst through the smoke, followed by several low wolf howls.
It's those damned werewolves.
The leader of the law enforcers immediately gave the order to retreat when he sensed that there were too many enemies for them to handle, and he intended to use apparition to escape. However, he was clearly too slow. Ivan and the others, who had been lying low for a long time, were not going to let him go. A grayish-black werewolf had already reached him and bit the law enforcer's arm, interrupting his spell casting. Other law enforcement officers were also attacked to varying degrees at once.
Sir Harles, what should we do with these 2?
Warren and Walker asked as they each carried a living spellcaster.
We'll see.
Ivan said, waving his hand at the 2 law enforcement officers who had lost their ability to fight. He didn't want to kill anyone if he could help it. There were few enough wizards in the wizarding world, not to mention the fact that these enforcers worked for a fee. They might not be loyal to the Norts, so he would have to wait until he had interrogated them. Even as Ivan thought this, there was an explosion in the distance, accompanied by some shouting, and Ivan realized that Isaiah and Doggett had made their move. Ivan didn't want to waste any more time, so he ordered,
Keep 4 men on guard, and the rest of you come in with me.
in order to prevent the other party's subsequent reinforcements from being trapped inside, it was necessary to ensure that the exit was unobstructed. Flan and the others nodded. This had been agreed upon earlier, and the remaining 9 wizards followed Ivan into the wizarding market. After knocking out the 2 guards inside, Ivan found himself in a wide room, where he followed the instructions on the map and turned an oil lamp. Crag, crag, crag.
Reducto crushed to pieces. Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra. Indio's fire roaring.
Chapter 523 Part 2, Alliance, It Doesn't Exist.
Apugno 10,000 bullets fired.
Ivan anticipated this, and with another flick of his wand, he sent all the debris hurtling toward the dark wizards at the end of the tunnel. Behind Ivan, Flan and the others were not idle. They pulled out their wands and retaliated, venting their anger. In the face of such a large-scale magical attack, the dark wizards, who had not sacrificed anything in their efforts, did as they were told and retreated from the attack, leaving the passageway to avoid it. Ivan was so fast that he covered the distance of 10 meters in just 2 seconds. The walls of the tables and chairs in front of them were pockmarked by the large number of broken bricks, and half of the 6 dark wizards had already run away in those 2 seconds. A dark wizard who didn't manage to get away in time turned around and saw Ivan barging in. Without a word, he waved his wand.
Defindo.
The scarlet beam hit Ivan, then returned the way it came, sending him flying. Ivan, on the other hand, calmly cast a stunning spell on the dark wizard. At the same time, Flan and the others, who had been following Ivan the whole time, rushed in. Several spells were cast, and the remaining 2 dark wizards fell to the ground, dead. Ivan turned to look at them. He wanted to tell them to try and capture them alive, but on second thought, he kept his mouth shut. It would be irresponsible to ask them to hold back in such a fierce battle. Ivan checked the map and confirmed that the meeting room was on the right.
We'll split up as we planned.
He said,
Fran, you're in charge of the search on the left.
Yes, Sir Harles.
Flan had transformed into her werewolf form. Her large, hideous head paused for a moment, then she and her 4 subordinates ran for the left tunnel. Ivan, on the other hand, did not act immediately. He reached out with his right hand and tapped his wand on a cabinet in the hall. Under the influence of magic, the wooden cabinet quickly softened and elongated into a huge python. All of the tunnels leading down into the Chamber of Secrets were very narrow, and it would be nearly impossible to avoid the enemy's magic once they were blocked, so he needed a large human shield to take the hits for him. Even though Ivan could transform into a basilisk and go on a killing spree, he might be in danger. What if he accidentally triggered the Avada Kedavra? He did not want to personally experience whether the basilisk's anti-magic skin could resist the killing curse. Ivan watched as the serpent slithered into the tunnel, summoned his patroness as insurance, and finally gave the order. A few minutes ago, in an underground conference room, 6 wizards were sitting around a round mahogany table, having a heated discussion.
We've lost too many people in the past few months, and the wizarding market is getting colder by the day. We can't go on like this. So what do we do? Surrender? Do you think they'll let us go now that we've come this far? That's right, never admit defeat. If you bow your head to those half-bloods and muggles, you'll lose face. We can always recruit more men or ask for help from the ministry.
Everyone was talking at once, and the atmosphere was tense. From the looks of it, everyone knew that they were at an absolute disadvantage. The other party was closing in on them, and defeat was only a matter of time. According to their usual style, negotiations should have begun by now to see if concessions could be made to get the other side out of the wizarding market. After all, they would only suffer more losses if they continued fighting. However, the problem was that, unlike in the past, their enemy was not a pure-blood wizarding family, but the owner of a wizarding shop in Knockoff Alley, and they could not bring themselves to compromise with such a lowly half-blood with no reputation.
Wasn't the head of the ministry a close friend of yours, Nort? It would have been easier if the ministry had interfered. It's not that easy. The ministry doesn't have time for us right now.
Nott shook his head and sighed. Given his status, he naturally knew more than most wizards, and Azkaban seemed to have recently lost a very important fugitive. Coupled with the recent Dementors riot, the executive director was worried sick. The last time he saw her, she seemed to have suddenly aged a few years, so he was in no mood to deal with the mess in Knockoff Alley. Moreover, the old Nort was well aware that, in the opinion of many high-ranking Ministry of Magic officials, every wizard in Knockoff Alley was a piece of work, and they would applaud if any of them died fighting over territory. This often means that there will be much less malign activity in the wizarding community for a while to come.
I have a feeling that Alicia is up for more than just the wizarding market. She's been doing more than attacking us for months. She's up to something bigger. If you can convince the Director General of that, the Ministry will not let you get away with it.
You want those people to believe that the owner of a magical shop in Knockoff Alley is a threat to their rule. Ha.
Rosier Sr. sneered and shook his head, throwing cold water on everyone.
No, we can collect or fabricate evidence.
The stout witch said fiercely.
We'll do it your way then, let's vote on it. If more than half agree, we'll start implementing it.
Nott tapped his index finger on the table, and after a moment's hesitation, he made his decision.
Seconded.
The other wizards agreed readily, as this was the best they could do. If it didn't work, they would have to consider surrender or compromise. Rosier Sr. looked around the room and nodded slowly in agreement, pretending to be worried. However, he sighed to himself. It was too late to discuss seeking help from the Ministry of Magic. I'm afraid none of them will make it out of here today.
What is it? What's going on?
The stout witch asked, clutching the table in panic to stop herself from falling.
From the looks of it, someone may have broken in from the outside.
Nott's face was grim as he scanned the room with narrowed eyes.
What? How can it be such a coincidence?
Chapter 524, Old Rosier, you think I'm undercover? Ridiculous. A few seconds after the explosion, the door of the conference room burst open. A spellcaster in a black robe hurriedly looked at them and spoke as he panted.
Sir Not, there are werewolves and hordes of wizards breaking in. I know, gather some men, we're going out through the secret passage.
Not's voice was thick with anger, but his good sense told him that this was not the time to find out if there was a traitor in the ranks. The most important thing was to get out of there. However, the black-robed law enforcement officer did not move. He stammered and told them that the entrance and secret passage had been attacked at the same time.
What, are you sure?
Not demanded, rushing forward and grabbing the enforcer by the collar.
Yes, Sir Not,
Said the enforcer, swallowing nervously. After making sure, Not swayed and almost fainted. If all the exits were sealed off, they would all die here.
Who betrayed us?
Not demanded, turning to glare at old Rosier and the others with bloodshot eyes. The purebloods in the room took a few steps back and eyed their fellow wizards cautiously. If they were only guessing earlier, then everyone was certain that there was a traitor among them. After all, only a few of them knew when the secret meeting was held, and not many knew the exact location of the secret passage. Without an undercover informant to report it, Alicia would never have chosen this moment to attack. Rosier didn't flinch, but he was panicking. He knew he was in grave danger, and if he was identified, he would die before Ivan and the others could get inside. The only way was to stall for time and stir up trouble.
It's got to be you, hasn't it? Foley, I knew there was something wrong with you. Everyone knows you've got a beef with Old Knot. Maybe you're the one trying to get us killed.
Rosier pointed his wand at one of the middle-aged wizards. Knot and the others looked at Foley with suspicion in their eyes.
That's bullshit. What's in it for me to surrender?
Foley slammed his hands on the table and glared at the old Rosier. Then, as if he had just thought of something, he questioned him darkly.
You, on the other hand, Rosier.
Rosier Sr.'s pupils dilated as he heard this. He couldn't quite figure out how Foley knew about this. Lars, the house elf, would never betray him, and if it were, there wouldn't be this meeting. The only possibility is that one of the two servants in the house had a problem and was bribed by Foley, or that the elf had secretly sent someone to spy on him. The only good thing was that they didn't know much, or they would have attacked.
You're calling me an undercover. What a joke.
Despite his anger, Rosier Sr. sneered.
Then how do you explain going out, Rosier? Don't blame me if you don't make it clear. I don't want to have to deal with traitors while fighting them.
Foley demanded relentlessly, his wand already pointed at Rosier Sr. None of the other wizards present said anything, their eyes darting between the two, and eventually most of them pointed their wands at Rosier Sr. They had known each other for decades and knew each other well. They knew old Rosier well. If there had to be a traitor here, he was the most likely one. Cold sweat broke out on old Rosier's forehead as he wondered why Ivan and the others weren't here. Finally, he made up his mind and unbuttoned his robes. Foley and the others were shocked, and the wands in their hands lit up with various lights. They were worried that old Rosier would pull a powerful magical tool out of his shirt and kill them all. However, they did not, and Rosier simply showed them the bandage around his waist.
This is supposed to be a private matter, and there's no need for me to tell you about it, but if you want to know, that's fine.
The old Rosier looked around at the group, then removed the bandage to reveal the bleeding wound.
Did you see, the last time Alicia attacked the manor with those werewolves, I was hit by a very special spell.
Sir Not, there are werewolves and hordes of wizards breaking in. I know, gather some men, we're going out through the secret passage. Not's voice was thick with anger, but his good sense told him that this was not the time to find out if there was a traitor in the ranks. The most important thing was to get out of there. However, the black-robed law enforcement officer did not move. He stammered and told them that the entrance and secret passage had been attacked at the same time. What, are you sure? Not demanded, rushing forward and grabbing the enforcer by the collar. Yes or not?
A wound like this is like a curse. I could bleed to death in a day or two, and you think I'm an undercover agent. Ridiculous.
Rosier muttered to himself, shaking his head sadly. Knot and the others who were pointing their wands at old Rosier were immediately embarrassed. From the old Rosier's pale face and the bleeding wound on his waist, they could tell that he was not lying. Foley, on the other hand, frowned. He suspected that Rosier Sr. had betrayed them to heal this bleeding wound. However, upon further consideration, Foley felt that the likelihood of this being the case was very low. If that were the case, the other party would have healed his wounds long ago in order to reassure old Rosier. After all, no one else knew about this injury. Even if it was healed, there was no possibility of being exposed. There was no need to suffer for no reason. As for the credibility of the two parties, a magical contract was enough. Keeping the wound alive would instead cause dissatisfaction.
I'm sorry, Rosier, it seems we misunderstood you.
Knot apologized, waving his hand for everyone to lower their wands.
HMPH, if it weren't for the fact that the situation is critical, I wouldn't let this go.
Chapter 525, Don't Do It, We're All on the Same Side. Having seen Ivan's magical control, the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Since the other party could accurately cut his wand in half while casting a powerful spell, it was impossible for there to be any accidental injuries. So there must be a deeper meaning. Rosier drew in a sharp breath. He had not expected this young wizard to be so powerful and unpredictable. If he had not been faced with such a situation, he would never have guessed there was more to it. As the purebloods argued with each other, the sounds of explosions and wailing drew closer.
Enough, all of you, stop arguing. This is not the time to be arguing about this. Let's get rid of the enemy first.
The stout witch interrupted the argument, and before the enemy could appear, they were fighting among themselves. Foley and the others stopped and looked at each other with distrust. Knot turned to the law enforcement officer, who had just entered, and said,
Gather all the remaining wizards nearby. We'll fight our way out.
The fact that Ethia had chosen to attack from 3 directions meant that they had to split their forces. They only needed to concentrate their forces and attack from one direction, and there was a good chance that they would escape. The only thing that worried him was the fact that their previous argument had undoubtedly delayed the best time to escape. Fortunately, the security of this secret underground chamber was very tight, so the enemy should not be able to break in for a while.
Confrengo, boom.
Defindo.
One spell after another struck the serpent, aggravating its injuries. The serpent struggled to get into the meeting room, but before it could attack anyone, it was hit by an orange fireball and its body exploded. Flesh and blood were reduced to wooden blocks, and a large amount of debris fell from the sky.
Apugno, 10,000 bullets fired.
Knot and the others did not bother to wonder why the newcomer sounded like a child, as they waved their wands to ward off the second round of attacks with armor charms and obstacles. Hundreds of wooden fragments hit the thin magical barrier at the speed of light, creating a series of teeth-numbing screeches, but they were unable to break through the barrier and harm Knot and the others. However, Ivan's target was not them at all, but the magical lamps that surrounded them. There was no protection on these lamps, and they were destroyed within seconds, turning the brightly lit meeting room pitch black. As darkness fell around them, Knot cursed under his breath. He knew exactly what she was up to.
Lumos flickering.
Not far from him, Foley's brain failed to process what was happening, and he waved his wand to cast an illuminating charm. However, just as the dim fluorescent light began to shine from the tip of the wand, another beam of scarlet light came from behind and hit Foley, sending him flying.
It's Avery, he's undercover.
The voice of old Rosier called from the darkness. From memory, everyone present instinctively attacked Avery's supposed location, and the multicolored spell beams found Avery's stunned face in the dim meeting room.
It's not me, it's...
Avery knew that he had been tricked by old Rosier and immediately tried to defend himself. However, before he could finish his sentence, a bunch of charms exploded on him, and the shield charm that had been cast on him shattered in less than a second. However, Knot soon realized that he had hit the wrong man, as the sneak attack from within did not stop after Avery was blown away. Rosier Sr. kept changing his position to cast spells, and Ivan, who was outside the door, cast a few spells from time to time. Under the pincer attack, the people who were already tense and trapped in the meeting room went completely crazy. They waved their wands and attacked everyone except themselves. Reducto crushed to pieces.
Stupefy, stupefy.
Charms of all kinds flew around the wide conference room, and the only one who had any sense at all, Not, gave a grim laugh, knowing that he was finished. If everyone had banded together to defend against the enemy, there was a slight chance that they would have been able to escape. At this point, they would be lucky if they did not die at the hands of their teammates.
Rosier.
Not gritted his teeth. How could he not have guessed who the traitor was by now? But the chaos had already started and there was nothing he could do. In the midst of the chaos, several large werewolves charged through the door like tigers into a flock of sheep. With their excellent sense of smell, the darkness did not impede them, but aided them. Therefore, in just 10 seconds, the chaotic meeting room became much quieter, except for the constant wailing and cursing.
Reparo rehabilitated.
Ivan slowly entered the meeting room. He tapped his wand in the air, and a large amount of magic instantly covered the room. Under the effect of the repair charm, the fallen lamp slowly floated back to its original position, and the holes in the wall that had been caused by the spell were slowly repaired. It didn't take long for the darkened meeting room to light up again. It was then that Ivan saw what was happening inside. Several purebloods had been imprisoned by the werewolves, and Avery, the worst of them, had been beaten half to death by friendly fire. His robes were in tatters, and he did not even have the strength to scream. On the other side, old Rosier was shoving and shouting at the two werewolves who were restraining him.
Let go, you're mistaken. We're all on the same side, all of us.
Chapter 526. You didn't even know where I was talking to the Minister for Magic. The werewolves ignored him and turned to Ivan. When he nodded in agreement, they released him. The elder Rosier dusted himself off, then trotted to Ivan's side.
You did well, Rosier. Saved me a lot of trouble.
Ivan said with satisfaction as he patted Rosier Sr. on the shoulder. He deliberately destroyed the magical lights in the conference room in order to prevent any damage to the staff. Before releasing the spell, Ivan was worried that Rosier Sr. would not understand what he was saying, but Rosier did it better than he expected, causing a civil war that made capturing the werewolves much easier. Rosier didn't take any credit for Ivan's praise. He was well aware that his greatest value was now gone, and that his future treatment would be dependent on this young wizard's opinion. So the old Rosier humbly stated that the success of this operation was due to the guidance of Sir Harles, and that he had only done what he was told. While the old Rosier was sucking up, Foley and the others who were tied up started cursing.
Rosier, you bloody bastard, disgraceful traitor. I knew you were a nasty piece of work. Do you think they'll let you go when we're finished?
The more Foley and the others cursed, the more unimpressed Rosier looked. To him, they were the wails of defeated dogs, which meant nothing. Not, who was also tied up, did not berate Ivan like the others. He quietly looked at Ivan's young face and suddenly asked,
What about Alicia? If I'm not mistaken, you're her child, Ivan Hal's, aren't you? Is she so comfortable with letting you do something so dangerous that she won't see me herself?
Not had never met Ivan, but he was able to guess Ivan's identity from his age and the way Rosier Sr. addressed him. Ivan turned and glanced at Not, but did not reply. Rosier looked at Not with contempt. His ignorance was laughable.
No, that's not right. Alicia was a decoy, and you're the real culprit.
Not was not stupid, and he quickly realized what was going on from their reaction. He stared at Ivan in shock, unable to believe his own assumptions. But this was apparently the only possibility. Otherwise, why would old Rosier act so humble in front of him, as humble as a house dog?
You betrayed us to join this brat. Play house with him. You're getting worse, Rosier.
Not mocked. Ivan frowned. He knew his age would lead to unnecessary trouble. This time, however, before he could do anything, the loyal old Rosier did not hesitate to give him a few good kicks, one of which landed squarely on his nose.
Insolence, how dare you insult the great Lord Hales?
Not satisfied with just a few kicks, old Rosier pulled out his wand and tried to cast a Cruciatus curse on Not.
That's enough.
Ivan waved his hand to stop old Rosier. He had some questions he wanted to ask, in case he tortured Knot to death. When old Rosier stopped, Knot slowly straightened up. There was still some blood on his face. He coughed a few times and spoke in a defeated voice.
You win, boy. The wizarding market at Knockturn Alley is yours from this day forth, and if you will release my nephew, I can assure you that the Knots will never again oppose you.
Ivan thought of the dead Reese Knot, but decided not to share this information.
Have you made a mistake, Mr. Knot? The wizarding market is now in my hands, whether you like it or not. Isn't it a little late for you to use that as leverage?
In the chaos of Knockturn Alley, everyone did shady work, and it was always the one with the bigger fist who called the shots. The wizarding market had never been sanctioned by the Ministry of Magic. It was a semi-illegal underground black market with no title deeds or anything like that. Whoever owned this place owned it. So Knot's claim seemed especially ridiculous to Ivan. Knot ignored Ivan's jeers and continued.
You wouldn't dare kill me anyway, would you? I'll give you whatever you want. We're not enemies. There's no need to fight to the death.
Not necessarily, Mr. Knot. Are you so sure I won't kill you?
Chapter 526 Part 2. You didn't even know where I was talking to the Minister for Magic. The wizarding market in Knockturn Alley had only become the largest black market in the wizarding world after several generations of hard work. Now that he had taken all of this away, no one would be able to take it. Not to mention the fact that he had killed the nephew a few days ago. This hatred was probably irreconcilable.
I'm pure blood, unlike the other low-life wizards you've killed. If I die or go missing for any length of time, the Ministry is bound to investigate. You wouldn't want to be targeted by Aurors, would you?
Knot's words infuriated the werewolves nearby, and even the bound, black-robed enforcer had a look of displeasure in his eyes, as he was the lowly wizard Knot had spoken of. Perhaps deciding this wasn't safe enough, Knot added.
There's something you may not know, but I'm very close friends with Pierce, the executive director of the Ministry of Magic. If you kill me, you're in big trouble.
Executive Director.
Yvonne raised her eyebrows. What was it he remembered Pierce Thickness? He had little memory of such a fringe character in the original time and space, and could only remember him now because the Department of Magic had taken care of his shop's first major sale. Knot saw Ivan's thoughtful expression, and his face lit up with joy. His greatest fear was that the young wizard in front of him would not know what was good for him and try to kill him. Now that Ivan was willing to think about it, it proved that he was safe. Knot's mind raced. As long as he kept his life, he would have a chance to get back what he had lost. Before he could think any further, Ivan's disappointed voice reached his ears.
So you're relying on the fact that you're the executive director of the Ministry of Magic. That's it.
Knot froze at Ivan's words. Ivan shook his head in disappointment. He had thought Nort was a relative of the Minister for Magic, seeing how arrogant he was. As for how good his best friend was, no one knew. Perhaps they had only met a few times and had a few drinks together, but it was hard to say if he was just bluffing.
So you're relying on Pierce Thickness, the current chief executive of the Ministry of Magic.
Ivan asked again.
What the hell do you mean? You know Pierce too.
Knot frowned, unsure what the young wizard was up to.
You're mistaken. He and I have never met.
Ivan shook his head, then continued.
However, when I asked Fudge to be my nominee the other day, I overheard him complaining about Pierce's recent incompetence. Not only was he unable to stop the Dementor's riot, but his Aurors could not even keep an eye on a condemned prisoner. Fudge was very unhappy with an executive director like him.
Yvonne gave a half-truth based on what she knew. Seeing Nort's uncertain expression, Ivan's lips curled into a smile. He knew he was right. Pierce had been in a lot of trouble lately, he thought, so he tried again.
Your best friend is busy with his own affairs, but he might not care about you, nor would he help a dead person.
Knot's face darkened, which was why he did not call for help despite being at a disadvantage in the dispute with Alicia. And it was true that his friendship with Pierce did not reach the level of
best,
as he had deliberately said to intimidate Ivan. More alarming to Knot is the hidden message behind Ivan's words.
Do you know Minister for Magic Cornelius Oswald Fudge?
Knot could not resist asking. This was the only person who could complain that the chief executive did not do his job well and was also called Fudge. However, Nother could not understand how such a prominent figure would associate with a 13 or 14-year-old young wizard and complain about the head of department's job, so he suspected that Ivan was not fooling him. Ivan, of course, could see the deep distrust in Not's eyes, and he shook his head and tutted.
I would have thought you would have done a bit of research before dealing with my mother.
Not opened his mouth to retort because it was Alicia who started it, and he was just passively fighting back.
It seems that you did not know that I was recently awarded a first-class Order of Merlin for outstanding service to the wizarding community. My nominees were Albus Dumbledore and Cornelius Oswald Fudge.
Ivan said this casually, but he found it strange. He remembered that it had made the Daily Prophet's headlines, and yet Not did not know about it. Could it be that Not did not usually like to read the newspaper?
That's impossible.
Not stared at Ivan in disbelief. He had collected information on Acacia, but it was not up to date, so he only knew that she had a talented child who was awarded the Order of Merlin for developing the wolf venom potion. This was why he was able to call out Ivan's name at once. As for recent events, the Norts, too busy dealing with Alicia and the attacks of the werewolves to care much about them. He also knew that Dumbledore and Fudge had been on bad terms lately, and that it would be impossible to get both of them nominated at once. When Not didn't believe him, Ivan shook his head and didn't bother to explain. He couldn't just take out the Order of Merlin and have Not verify it, then get a copy of the newspaper for Not to read, could he? Ivan had no intention of flaunting the Order of Merlin. It was just an empty title. If not for the legend, he would not have gone to all this trouble. A middle-aged wizard tied up next to him suddenly sighed and said,
He's telling the truth, Not.